Hey, Debbie, I'm so sorry. The committee will come to order and will now resume the committee's markup. We're considering several bills today, and I just want to kind of logistics of this. We're considering several bills, many bills, because of the hard work of so many people on this committee to get us to this point. And since we did miss a day, we had scheduled, but we figured it'd be hard to hold everybody here on the 4th of July break, so we're having to make that up here. So that does mean we have a long day ahead of us. And so my hope is this, is that I know there'll be amendments and maybe some bills we'd all agree on, but if most of the bills are agreed upon, and so when we call the roll, obviously if you're in the lounge or rooms off to the side and you miss your roll and you come back into the room at the end. But once we get to the bills that everybody's agreed on, as we call the roll, and make decisions if you need to be somewhere and say, well, I may miss that vote. I just want to make sure we're going to be quick to call the roll, because otherwise we'll never get through all the bills. But if there's bills that I know everybody, or amendments, we'll make sure we're flexible on that. So that's kind of my intent, to get through the order we have today. But we have so many bills today because so many people have done so much hard work and have worked together, and that's very, very much appreciated. So the chair calls up HR 9340 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 9340, a bill to amend the Public Utility Regulatory Policies Act of 1978.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? Gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I also want to thank Congresswoman Castor for co-leading the bill with me. And today I speak in strong support of my bill, H.R. 9340, the Ratepayer Protection Act, which does exactly what the title suggests: protects everyday ratepayers from higher electric bills due to unprecedented energy demand from data centers. This legislation codifies President Trump's Ratepayer Protection Pledge, which reinforces the public-private commitment that data center developers in the U.S. pay for the generation, transmission, and distribution that they need. It's common sense, bipartisan, and it directly responds to constituents' concerns about the cost of living and potential financial burdens tied to rapid data center development across the country. Over the next decade, demand for AI infrastructure will continue to grow exponentially across the world. Large amounts of computing power are required for daily operations, such as the everyday AI that you use on your cell phone. Even more is needed for complex operations like research and development for innovative technology in emerging industries and places like aerospace or medical. These are industries that employ thousands of Coloradans. We must ensure we're building AI infrastructure responsibly, and we have policies in place to reassure hardworking families that this new development delivers benefits, not higher electric bills. But at a time when radical climate mandates in blue states like Colorado are reducing grid reliability and passing down billions of dollars to ratepayers in favor of portfolios that sometimes don't work, small businesses and households need relief. We need more energy infrastructure as soon as we possibly can so we can meet the demand, and data centers are willing to cover the full cost of these upgrades that they are triggering. However, without a clear framework in place, states like Colorado that lack a state standard for integrating large data centers could pass on these additional costs to other ratepayers, and monthly utility bills are going to spike. And that's what the Ratepayer Protection Act addresses. It specifically requires each state regulatory authority to consider adopting a large load standard, one that applies to data centers and hyperscalers with a demand of 100 megawatts or more at a single facility, and it builds on 3 common sense principles. First, large data centers should cover the full incremental cost of any generation, transmission, or distribution upgrades needed to meet their high energy demand. When a data center's demand triggers the need for a new high voltage line or additional generation, they must bear the costs, not small businesses or households in the surrounding community. Second, contracts should include meaningful financial assurances, upfront and long-term, to prevent overbuilding or stranding assets that would otherwise leave everyday consumers to absorb the cost. Communities should not be left paying for infrastructure built around a single customer who later scales back or relocates. Third, states maintain authority to craft the specific standards that suit their unique needs. This bill does not impose a federal mandate. Instead, it offers a thoughtful federal standard for states to consider as they evaluate how best to integrate large loads. States understand their grids and industries and should engage with utilities, counties, and local communities to choose the solution that works best for them. In my community and many others across the country, people are anxious about the pace of data center development, but they're terrified that communist China will have control over their information if we lose leadership in the AI space. We're not opposed to innovation or economic opportunity. We just want assurance that our monthly electric bills won't skyrocket. This bill advanced through the Energy Subcommittee on a bipartisan basis because it's common sense. It keeps energy costs low for Americans. It helps us build the energy backbone required to compete and win in the AI era. A vote for this bill is a vote for residential ratepayers. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support the Ratepayer Protection Act and yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Florida. And there's an Ains. No, this isn't the Ains. This is the bill. He hadn't called the Ains. Do you want to speak on the Ains or the bill? Okay. Gentlelady from Washington is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Families in my district are struggling to get by, and my constituents are bearing high costs on groceries and gas, and for the last couple of years, our utility bills have skyrocketed. For many of my constituents, utility bills jumped by almost 50% over the last 2 years. That jump's caused by a few different factors, including the demand from data centers moving in to buy our hydropower, which is affordable. And as these hyperscalers continue to demand more from our grid, we must implement guardrails that protect our communities. Data center companies, not ratepayers, should be expected to pay for grid upgrades and energy. We should be developing best practices now and not later for collecting data to accurately forecast demand to prevent blackouts. And as these companies continue to innovate, we need to understand better how this new technology can make energy more affordable to ensure that they do their part to improve our lives. These bills are a good first step to do that, and we should continue to use the levers of Congress to protect our constituents. They benefit, meaning big tech benefits from our data, from our power grid, and they generate a whole lot of profit, and Congress must ensure that our communities are benefiting from these promises of innovation and not just getting stuck with the bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there any on the Republican side to speak on the bill? Seeing none, the gentlelady from Massachusetts is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, too, support the Ratepayer Protection Act and look forward to advancing the bipartisan legislation to the House floor today. Right now, families across our country are afraid to open up their electric bills. The number keeps climbing, and their paycheck isn't keeping pace. They're doing the math at the kitchen table, wondering what they might have to cut next just to keep the lights on. That fear is real, and too many families have stopped believing that anyone in Washington is listening. They watch prices rise at the pump and at the grocery store. They sit through weeks of brutal heat and run the air conditioning that they can barely afford. And now they read that a data center is coming to their community, and they are told not to worry about what that means for their bills. Well, to be clear, data centers aren't going away. So it's our job to make sure that when data centers are built, they're built on terms that work for the families who live nearby. That's what this legislation gets right. It says something simple. If you build the data center, you pay for the data center. The construction costs, the utility costs, those fall on the company, not the family down the street. This bill gives states a strong standard to make sure large load developers foot the bill themselves. That's a real move toward keeping these costs off our constituents' bills. I'm also glad HR 6529, the Protecting Families from AI Data Energy Costs Act, is part of today's markup. It's another effort to make sure surging demand from these massive projects doesn't land on the backs of residential ratepayers. Both of these bills are good first steps, Mr. Chairman, but we should also be honest about what they don't do. They don't fully address the water that these facilities draw from our communities. They don't answer the concern back home that when the grid is stretched, families worry that they'll be deprioritized. People in the district that I represent are raising these questions, and they deserve answers. That's exactly why when Congressman Obernolte and I drafted the Great American AI Act, we included provisions to make data centers more efficient and lessen their environmental footprint. Because the smarter that we build these facilities, the less strain they put on the grid, on our water, and on the families who live nearby. So these bills can't be where our work ends. AI is spreading through every corner of our economy, and hardworking Americans cannot be an afterthought while that happens. I commend the sponsors of this legislation and the committee staff for their work. It really matters, and I look forward to continuing this track record of bipartisan work on AI in the weeks and months ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields back. Anyone on the Republican side? The gentlelady from Tennessee is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill. We're not speaking on the Ains, we're speaking on the bill. All right,
Speak
thank
on the
you.
bill, not the Aints. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. Americans should not be forced to unfairly shoulder the cost of new generation if the demand is driven by data centers. That's why I would like to thank Rep. Evans for his bill, the Ratepayer Protection Act. This legislation makes clear that states should consider how large electricity demands from data centers affect residential customers and existing businesses. And under this legislation, states must consider how a rate structure can be appropriately differentiated among customer classes, ensuring the costs associated with new growth are borne by those driving that demand. Combined with President Trump's Ratepayer Protection Pledge and FERC's recent show cause orders, the Ratepayer Protection Act demonstrates our shared commitment to support transparency in rates and prevent unfair cost shifting. So I applaud these efforts, and I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this legislation. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from Michigan is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to thank first Congressman Evans and Congresswoman Castor for their leadership on this bill. And I thank both you, Mr. Chair, and Ranking Member Pallone for bringing this legislation before the committee today. This issue is an issue I hear about every day when I'm home. Communities are not happy with what's happening. They don't like it when they read a headline that says a utility company will not give them the opportunity for input, what's going to happen to them. And I want to say communities deserve to know what is happening in their backyard and deserve a real voice in the process. Across my district, I hear from families, local officials, community leaders who are worried about rising energy costs, increased strain on the grid, water usage, and the broader impacts these facilities may have on local infrastructure and municipal resources. Residential energy prices have increased at twice the rate of inflation since the pandemic, and energy usage at data centers is expected to more than double by 2030. People across the country are asking a simple question. Are they going to be left footing the bill for these enormous energy demands created by some of the wealthiest corporations in the world? Our communities deserve a full, complete, and accurate understanding of these projects, including clear transparency about impacts on local energy demand, water usage, noise pollution, public safety, emergency response capacity, and municipal resources. These big tech companies have invested billions of dollars in data centers, but too often communities are left wondering whether they will be footing the bill for big tech's increased energy usage and costly grid upgrades made necessary by these facilities. This is why we need responsible guardrails, transparency, and accountability to ensure these projects benefit our workers, our neighbors, the users of both electricity, water, and local communities alike. The Ratepayer Protection Act is a strong first step towards ensuring that local communities are not forced to subsidize these energy demands through higher utility bills while big tech companies reap the profits. I am going to be supporting this bill, but I also want to make it clear there's more work to do to ensure communities receive the transparency, the accountability, and the engagement they deserve for those seeking to operate in their backyard. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 9340 Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back, and I think I know I can speak for the entire committee. There have been a lot of thoughts and prayers for you and your family this week. God bless. Are there any Republicans who wish to speak on the bill? Seeing none, the gentleman from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Chairman. We must focus on empowering communities when we're talking about data centers. We're seeing data centers cropping up all across the country, including in Florida. They're needed for the cloud, for data storage, for AI, for our economic future. But the electricity and water demands are great. So is the noise, the emergency response, and so many other demands on communities. So we need protections for our constituents. We need rules of the road. First, local constituents, cities, and county commissioners must have the ultimate say whether a data center is located in their community. It's absolutely essential that our locals get to decide siting. And second is what this bill addresses. Long-term power and water agreements, infrastructure, all designed to help protect the ratepayers, especially as energy prices continue to go up. The Ratepayer Protection Act is a major step in the right direction. State utilities can charge special rates to fully recover costs. All new contracts of 100 megawatts or more would be included in this bill, and even some potential upfront financial assurances. But we have more work to do. The new infrastructure law that's being debated in Congress does not include water or electric infrastructure yet. Now, you may recall about 5+ years ago when we passed the bipartisan infrastructure law, it did include water improvements. It did include electric improvements. We need to dig deep and make sure that when we ultimately pass an infrastructure law, it includes roads, ports, airports, water, and electric, and be ready for the new needs of the nation. The future of our economy is at stake, and our constituents are counting on us. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone on the Republican side? Seeing none, the gentlelady from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Well, thank you, Chairman Guthrie. And I want to thank Ranking Member Castor and Congressman Evans for their leadership on the Ratepayer Protection Act. I'm proud to support this legislation that protects the existing ratepayers, that is, the people in our communities that are already paying the bills, and to do the work to protect them from and making sure that, large new loads bear the costs that they impose on the system that we use to get our electricity. In Texas, we've seen similar actions from state regulators, and I'm really glad that we're talking about these principles and ideas at the federal level. In Texas, we have seen dramatic data center development and planned development. The Texas Tribune recently reported that there are 582 operating and planned data centers across Texas, potentially adding more than 400,000 megawatts of demand to the grid. And so this just really rapid and totally unprecedented growth in power demand has left many of the people that I represent concerned about access to reliable and affordable energy. And I know that's true for people across the country, but certainly after our experience with Winter Storm Uri, reliability is top of mind for people across the state of Texas, and affordability is also top of mind for everyone, everywhere. I think that this bill is really an important first step to address these concerns, but there are additional opportunities for the committee to strengthen the grid while keeping costs down. And so I've heard from my constituents a lot of the innovative ideas and things that people are talking about in Texas. There are a broad range of stakeholders that have practical, bipartisan ideas, particularly around demand response and innovative load management that I think deserve further exploration from our committee as we continue to address rising energy demand from every possible angle. So I hope we will continue exploring policies on this committee and in this Congress that encourage demand flexibility and other innovative solutions that can protect ratepayers from high costs. And thank you. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields back. Anyone on the Republican side? The gentlelady from California is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the Ratepayer Protection Act because it recognizes an important principle and that's that families and small businesses should not be forced to subsidize the energy demands of AI data centers. Now, requiring states to consider whether data center developers should bear the costs for the electric grid is a meaningful first step toward protecting ratepayers, but Congress must build on this work. This is not going to be enough. We need to do more to ensure the families are protected from higher electricity costs while also addressing the health and the environmental impacts that the rapid growth of AI data centers can cause in communities. We've seen what has happened in other communities like Memphis and in North Mississippi, where a company brought in methane gas turbines to power its AI data centers. They started running these turbines without any consideration about protecting communities from dangerous air pollution. In Easter Knox, a 76-year-old resident of Boxtown, says those consequences are deeply personal. She says that she stopped having to open her windows because the air outside smells like rotten cabbage. This should not happen in our residential neighborhoods. If people can't even open up their windows anymore. Another resident, a young black registered nurse who lives less than a mile from the gas turbines, hears them day and night. She has to wear earplugs to sleep. Imagine that. You have to wear earplugs in your own home to sleep because of the noise from the turbines. And she worries that simply spending time outside means breathing pollution that could one day leave her with asthma or worse. This is an environmental justice issue and a public health crisis that no one should have to face. America can lead in AI and innovation without asking communities to pay the price on their utility bills or with their health. So as we continue this work, Congress must ensure that data center developers bear not just the cost of the electricity they use, but the responsibility to build without sacrificing the health of our communities. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Anyone seeking recognition on the Republican side? Seeing none, the gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you,
to
Mr.
speak on the
Chairman.
bill.
I'm proud to support the Ratepayer Protection Act, a bill to help protect American families from paying the cost of energy and grid upgrades required for new data centers. We're witnessing something transformative in my home state, Louisiana, where Meta recently announced that its planned hyper data center in Richland Parish has grown from a $10 billion project to a supercluster now topping $50 billion. Once complete, it will be one of the largest data center projects in the world, with capacity to draw 5 gigawatts of power at full operation, roughly the equivalent of powering 4 million homes. That kind of investment can deliver real, tangible benefits, such as thousands of construction and operation jobs and new tax revenue windfall to fund 50,000 bonuses for Richland Parish teachers and overdue infrastructure for improvements. But these projects only work for communities if long-term they're built on a fair foundation. When a single customer needs as much power as a major city, someone has to pay for the transmission lines, substations, and generation capacity to serve them. Those shouldn't fall on retired residents, on a fixed income, or small businesses in their town. That's exactly why the Ratepayer Protection Act addresses these issues so finely. It's establishes a federal standard for utility regulators to apply when these hyperscale projects come before them for approval, helping ensure that owners of these large-scale load projects pay the full cost of the grid upgrades of their operation required, not passed on to families and small businesses. And importantly, this isn't Washington dictating outcomes to Louisiana. This bill doesn't force state regulators to adopt any specific rate structure. It sets a federal standard for state utility commissions to consider. This then use their own judgment to decide whether and how to apply it. As a former utility regulator, I can certainly appreciate the significance of this tool. Local officials know the needs of their area better than anyone else. This bill gives them a strong framework and a starting point from which to operate while preserving the flexibility to tailor solutions that fit each community's unique mix of growth, infrastructure, and ratepayers. Many Americans are understandably concerned about the growth of data center, in part because of how these projects affect their monthly utility bills. Passing this measure is small but a proactive step for Congress to ensure that companies profiting from these projects not only enjoy the largesse, but that everyday ratepayers do not foot the bill. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Anyone on the Republican side? Seeing none, the gentlelady from, well, the Republican side, we do have one. Gentlelady from North Dakota. I was looking to my right, sorry, the gentlelady from North Dakota. Gentlelady from North Dakota is recognized for 5 minutes for the, speak on the bill.
It's okay, Mr. Chairman. I'm sitting on the other side. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to thank my friends Gabe Evans and Kathy Castor for their bipartisan work on the bill, Ratepayer Protection Act. This legislation is an important step towards protecting American families from increased electricity costs attributed to growth in data centers and other hyperscalers. At its core, this issue comes down to a very simple principle. Those who cause costs should pay for those costs on our transmission grid and our energy systems. For decades, regulators, utilities, and consumer advocates have agreed on this principle. If a customer or class of customers creates a need for a new infrastructure, the costs associated with serving that demand should be borne by those customers and those who benefit from it, not shifted on to everybody else. That principle is especially important today as we see unprecedented growth in large loads across our country. We want manufacturing, innovation, artificial intelligence, and economic growth. But we must pursue that growth in a way that protects families and small businesses from subsidizing infrastructure that's primarily needed to serve others. Thankfully, the states are on the front of this conversation. 36 states, including DC, have already finished or are in the process of filing methods to ensure that these large load customers pay their fair share when joining our electric grid. These actions are protecting American families and the economic prosperity of the nation we all call home. Because if done correctly, new large loads can provide real benefits to our society. If done correctly, large loads can lower costs for our families and make vital new investments in our grid, our roads, and our schools. New load can strengthen the system, improve asset utilization, and help lower costs for existing customers rather than increasing them. In my home state of North Dakota, we've worked carefully to structure rates for customers and large load customers so that they cover the costs, the large loads cover the costs that they cause. Through this, in one project alone, we've saved customers $30 million. But that only works when we maintain the principle that cost causers pay. Families should not be asked to subsidize infrastructure built to serve some of the largest and most sophisticated companies in the world. Likewise, businesses making major investments deserve transparency and certainty about the costs that they will bear. Getting cost allocation right protects hardworking Americans, supports economic development, and helps build the infrastructure needed to meet the growing demand. What we are considering today is an important step. We can and should follow this with additional work to guide and direct cost allocation for transmission lines to protect ratepayers and promote affordability. I look forward to working with my colleagues in the committee staff in that end, and I appreciate the bipartisan work that's gotten this bill forward today. Mr. Chairman, thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady for Virginia is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am proud to support the Ratepayer Protection Act and thank Representatives Evans and Castor for their leadership on this important issue. Over the past year, energy prices have skyrocketed, especially in the wake of the president's war of choice in Iran. And with demand for energy driven by data centers, electrification, and advanced manufacturing, we must fundamentally change how we think about the grid and its reliability and place renewed urgency on our efforts to get energy online while protecting consumers from the impacts of a rapid build-out of data center infrastructure. Some projections show that data center energy consumption could double or triple by 2028, accounting for up to 12% of U.S. electricity use. The current regulatory treatment of these costs is unsustainable. Virginia is the data center capital of the globe, with over 600 operational and over 400 more planned. After over 20 years of data center growth, we are grappling with the impact of that status on the grid and on the electric bills of consumers and small businesses. And what Virginia's experience makes clear is that as we build the infrastructure necessary to support unprecedented electricity demand, we must also ensure that the costs of serving that new demand are borne by those who create it, not consumers and small businesses already struggling to pay for their electric bills. And Virginia's utility regulators are actively considering reforms to ensure that the cost of transmission infrastructure, built primarily to serve large load customers like data centers, are appropriately assigned to those customers rather than shifted onto residential ratepayers and small businesses. Our State Corporation Commission has already established a separate rate class for Dominion Energy for hyperscale data centers, specifically to reduce cost shifting and protect consumers. And that is why I'm glad to support this concrete first step in the right direction to ensure that consumers don't subsidize the infrastructure necessary to meet explosive commercial load growth, but rather shift the cost burden to the companies that benefit the most. At the same time, as I've said time and time again, we must also bring new renewable energy sources and battery storage online in a much more significant way than we have this past year. Solar and wind provide a cheap, reliable, and readily available source of energy to meet these growing needs and keep energy prices in check. So while I urge my colleagues to support the Ratepayer Protection Act, this cannot be the final step. I urge the committee to work in a bipartisan fashion to further protect Americans from the increasing impacts of data centers. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Any further discussion on the bill? The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm delighted that we're here today debating the Ratepayer Protection Act to...
Will the gentleman suspend? We're going to try to fix the mic real quick. I'm sorry, I was supposed to wait for them to do reset. Okay. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am delighted that we are here today debating the Ratepayer Protection Act, which will give Americans some assurances that when an AI data center is constructed, it will not drive up their residential electric rates. And there are a couple of important reasons why this is so critical. We all know that building the data centers that provide the compute that make AI run is going to be critical to having the United States maintain its leadership in the development and deployment of frontier AI, which will probably be the most important tool for driving increased worker productivity in our country and throughout the world that mankind has ever invented. But it's also important because we have a public perception problem, and our geopolitical adversaries, such as China and Russia, are investing vast sums of money in trying to influence public opinion against data centers. And if anyone here on the panel has doubts about that, I urge you to go to a SCIF, get a classified briefing on this. It's very eye-opening. They're doing this through state media messaging overtly and also covertly through covert social media operations and covert advocacy networks. What they want is for us to stop building data centers because they think that that's the best way that they can catch up and surpass us in AI development and deployment. So I think it's important to be clear-eyed about this. It's also important that we explain the truth to our constituents. And the truth is, if you are a hyperscaler right now looking to invest $1 to $10 billion in a new data center, the number one thing you're worried about is where your power is coming from. And so what you want to do is you want on-site generation that's behind the meter that you control. And if you can't get that, you want a local provider to build new generation and dedicate it to you. And either one of those things, you want to pay for that so to make sure that you have access to 100% reliable baseload energy. In either of those scenarios, if you're bringing generation with you, you're going to size that generation to 100% of the maximum that you will ever use. And because generation is most efficient when it runs at 100% maximum load, you're actually going to over-generate when you turn your data center on, and you're going to sell the extra energy back onto the grid. And ironically, folks, that drives down residential electric rates, not up. So that is the reality. And so I'm very glad that we are here debating a bill that's going to make it clear to the American public that, that their rates are not going to go up as a result of data centers. But we need to do more to try and evangelize this, because we've got states like New York who this week imposed a one-year ban, moratorium on the construction of new data centers in the state. And honestly, I was going to offer an amendment to the bill, kind of tongue-in-cheek today. I'm not going to do it because you know, we're doing some serious legislating, and this was not a lawmaking effort. I was going to offer an amendment that said, if you're a state and you're going to impose a moratorium on data center construction, that's fine. You have the right to do that. But guess what? No compute for you, right? Which is fair, because why should a state say we want access to all the compute the data centers provide and all the productivity that's going to add to our workforce and the ability to do cloud storage, but we're not going to allow that to be built on state territory. It's just nonsensical. So I am delighted that we're going to pass this today with broad bipartisan support, but I think it's important also that we communicate clearly with the American public what the situation is with data centers and water usage and power usage, and most importantly, the fact that our geopolitical competitors are actively investing in trying to poison American public opinion against these data centers. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion on the bill? The gentlelady from New York is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you. You know, just as a alternative point of consideration here in terms of New York State's recent moratorium, you know, the kind of thought that, well, you know, if you don't want to build in your backyard, then maybe you shouldn't have access to compute. We could say the same thing about Silicon Valley. We could say the same thing about the Silicon Valley billionaires that are constructing and pushing and imposing these data centers on communities that are overwhelmingly rural, disenfranchised, poor, and whose own elected officials are not being transparent about how the land use is happening in their own backyard. Because I would reckon, you look around, ask Peter Thiel, ask Elon Musk, ask Mark Zuckerberg if they want one of these data centers in their own backyard. Ask any one of us here on this committee. If anyone wants to live right next to one of these data centers here on this committee, please raise your hand. Because I've been going to, I visited Georgia. I was just in Memphis on Friday. There was an XAI gray water treatment plant on one street corner. Across the street from methane turbines, all within one block, methane turbines, coal ash, wastewater facilities, and everyone in that area is getting poisoned. I think that so many of us, at the end of the day, this conversation is not just about technology. It's about people's ability to live without getting cancer. People's ability to have a home that doesn't get cracked up in their foundations because this construction is going on that their city council's not informing them of, that their county commissioners are not being transparent about, and that people aren't voting on. And the idea that that's all just kind of a foreign operation, I think that if you actually talk to these people in these communities, they would disagree. And on top of that, in New York, it's not just the electricity bills, it's the water. We have one of the most precious and sacred water supplies in the United States. Once you compromise that, it's done. Ask people in Flint. Ask people across the country. When their critical water supplies are compromised, it takes years, if not decades, to clean up again. So I think what people are asking for in their basic protections is not too much to ask. They want to make sure that their water isn't going to be poisoned, which these data centers come in, they say it's not going to be a problem, and then you all saw, we brought the well water right here. So we need to have protections in place for people. And when we talk about increased worker productivity, that's because millions of people stand to lose their jobs. And so you have people where we're seeing some of the output of AI, increase productivity per role, and we're seeing lots of companies talk about how many people you can lay off with this technology. What is the plan? And I think it's not unreasonable for the working class people that we are elected to respond to ask questions and to deserve and feel entitled to a response from their elected officials. That's all. And with that, I yield back.
Would the gentlewoman yield to me?
Yes.
Let me associate myself with the remarks you made. And I have to say, when I heard the gentleman from the other side of the aisle talk about, China, Beijing, foreign conspiracies, I don't know exactly what he said. I assure you that the towns in my district, one of them decided to to not approve a data center. Another one decided to ban data centers. Several have decided to have moratoriums on data centers. They're not being influenced by China and Russia. They're looking at exactly what's happening in their towns, as the gentlewoman from New York said, and they're making these rational decisions, adopting resolutions, because they are concerned about the local impact, and they're also concerned about the impact on ratepayers and the rates going up. So I'm not saying that the gentleman is suggesting, on the other side, I was suggesting that this is all about, Beijing or whatever. But the bottom line is I want everyone to understand that when we talk about the need for safeguards and the types of things that my colleague from Florida is putting forth in this legislation, this is coming from the people themselves. This is their concerns over rates, over the environment. This is not Beijing. I yield back to the gentlewoman.
The lady yields back. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to point out that there are options for building data centers that don't involve building them in neighborhoods or close to neighborhoods. There are 17 coal-fired power plants that have been shut down in New York State. Some of them have been repurposed, but there's still a number of sites that would be available for construction of a data center. In regard to power for those facilities, many of my Democratic colleagues and I are working on small modular nuclear as an option for that so that you can build these facilities behind the meter so that they don't impact the grid. But the thing that I think is most promising about putting these facilities on what was once a coal-fired power plant is the transmission lines remain intact. And many of those are usable. You could not only put a data center on a coal-fired, formerly coal-fired power plant site and power it without connecting to the grid, you could add additional power generation there to increase the baseload power available for communities around, which would lower their utility cost. So I think, I'm in agreement that we don't want to build them next to a subdivision or in a heavily populated area. We don't have to. We've got many options, and it's not just the coal-fired power plant sites. There are other brownfield sites that many states are working very hard to repurpose. And I think we need to come to an agreement in regard to the importance of data centers in the context of the arms race that we're in with China for dominance in artificial intelligence. I've said this time and time and time again in this committee that this arms race, whoever wins it, will not be a superpower, they'll be the superpower. We're forgetting so many other parts of the value proposition for data centers and what the potential for AI in medicine. I made this point in a meeting a couple of days ago and again last night that we're dealing with diseases like dementia and Parkinson's and other things where an AI-generated medical research effort could do millions of iterations of complex proteins, millions of iterations of molecular DNA, millions of iterations of the makeup of pharmaceuticals that could be done in a matter of minutes so that we could go from treatment to possibly cure. I just think that we lose, because of the partisanship sometimes and the misinformation, we lose, we're forgetting the value proposition that is presented by artificial intelligence and the data centers. And we need to be working together to find a way to get these facilities built so that we do not lose the arms race to China. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion? Gentlelady from Colorado is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I know this bill is
trying to begin addressing the issue of data centers. But there are some big gaps in the bill. And the gentlelady from New York talked a little bit about some of the water issues around data centers. And I appreciate that from the standpoint of a New Yorker. I'm from Colorado, the West. And in the West, we have a chronic shortage of water, but we're also in the middle of a historic drought right now. The bill doesn't even address water usage and water quality, which is going to be a unique concern for Colorado, but for the entire West as the drought worsens due to climate change. And also, as the gentlelady mentioned, there are costs associated with wastewater treatment because we need to make sure that the water quality for those communities around data centers, it continues to have integrity. Otherwise, it'll be passed along to the consumers. Let me give just an example. Data centers around Phoenix, Arizona, use about 385 million gallons of water per year for cooling, and that doesn't even count the water that they're using to generate the electricity they need to operate. The figure will grow more as data centers are built. The facility's direct water consumption may skyrocket to 3.7 billion gallons annually. Just to put it into perspective, that would be enough to supply 34,000 homes. Now, in the cooling process, a data center can use up to 5 million gallons of water every day, as much as 16,000 plus average U.S. households, according to EPA estimates. Generating the electricity to keep data centers powered up requires additional millions of gallons of water. About 2/3 of the data centers built since 2022 are already expressing water stress, according to Bloomberg News. Data center cooling systems often use chemical additives to prevent corrosion, scaling, and the growth of algae and bacteria, and also they might have refrigerants and PFAS in them. And finally, a lot of the data centers are just simply hooked up to the local water mains, meaning that the data center's cooling water comes from potable sources like municipal water or groundwater. 80 to 90% of this water is consumed from watersheds like lakes, rivers, or aquifers. There are a number of solutions for addressing water issues, like requiring better water use disclosure, reviewing projects by watershed. For example, a gallon of water in Arizona or Colorado is not the same as a gallon of water in Virginia, Georgia, or Pennsylvania. And reviewing water and energy issues together, not as separate issues. And so that's why I say that as we're looking at how we're going to manage data centers in the vast stretches of the western United States, water is going to be the key component. And we need to think about that beforehand, not once those thousands and thousands of homes can't get built or can't get water because of data centers. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields back. Any further discussion on the bill? The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer.
I thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania for yielding, and again, what was just described has been used in the past, but data centers are moving to different technologies for cooling. One of them is a glycol-based heat transfer system that doesn't impact your water system, but what a lot of them are using now is a closed-loop cooling system that's recirculating water. It's similar to the radiator in an automobile, which is a closed-loop system. So you're not using millions of gallons of water from the local community for cooling. I just thought that it might be of interest to point out those technical aspects. I yield back to the gentleman.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania yields back. Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, are there any amendments? Gentleman from Colorado is recognized. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have amendment in the nature of a substitute at the desk, AINS_tariff_01_XML.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 9340, offered by Mr. Evans of
Without
Colorado.
objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a simple amendment with bipartisan support to ensure that H.R. 9340, the Ratepayer Protection Act, addresses the understandable concern Americans have about their electric bills as utilities race to meet the unprecedented growth in energy demand. This amendment just refines the definition of a large load customer in the proposed federal standard to narrowly tailor this bill to address new data centers and hyperscalers over 100 megawatts of peak demand. It's a direct reflection of the intent of the bill to respond to community members' concerns about the costs of data center development and action policies that address those large loads. Keeping costs low for ratepayers is essential, and this amendment ensures just that through refining the language. I urge bipartisan support of the amendment and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further? The gentlelady from Florida is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word in favor. Great, thank you. Colleagues, I appreciate all of the bipartisan support for the Ratepayer Protection Act and a lot of the thoughtful comments during the discussion on the bill today. Because electric bills for hardworking Americans are sky high. Just over the past year and a half, they're up on average over 18%. Folks back home in Florida are really grappling with skyrocketing electric bills. And now we have these huge hyperscale data centers that could send bills soaring even higher unless we act. And that's why I'm leading the Ratepayer Protection Act with my colleague, Representative Evans of Colorado. And the act says that if a company wants to build a data center, the data center should pay for the power and upgrades that it needs. Not families, not farmers, not small businesses, not communities back home. When a large data center comes online, it can trigger massive upgrades. New power plants, transmission lines, local transformers, and those costs can be passed on to all ratepayers. And that's not fair. Our neighbors should not be stuck paying for the energy infrastructure for the wealthiest companies in the world. The Ratepayer Protection Act says that the data center pays for its own upgrades, not the rest of us. This is about fairness. It's about making sure that when a data center corporation demands more electricity, they don't pass the cost on to people who already struggle with higher bills. It's about protecting our neighbors from hidden rate hikes and ensuring that the benefits of AI and innovation are shared by all, not just the corporations and the big tech companies. Yes, we are racing to lead the world in AI. But that race shouldn't come on the backs of families and small businesses. Instead, AI, the benefits of AI and more affordable energy should reach everyone. That is what the Ratepayer Protection Act does. It makes sure that our grid serves everyone and that the companies who benefit pay their fair share. Now, many states are already acting here. This bill, or let me highlight a few of them. Virginia has established a tariff requiring data centers to cover 85% of new transmission and distribution capacity costs. Minnesota requires data centers to pay into an energy conservation and weatherization fund to benefit working class ratepayers. Kansas incentivizes data centers to participate in demand response to reduce peak demand. And back home in Florida, at least 20 counties and municipalities have passed or discussed a moratorium, but Florida state law now regulates data center energy and water use. And these actions are still allowed, and they are even encouraged under this bill. I heard Representative McClellan from Virginia loud and clear, too. A lot of these data centers can be powered by cleaner, cheaper energy. There's a massive amount of clean, affordable energy waiting to come onto the grid. And Congresswoman Fedorchak highlighted the problem with interconnection. We should be working together now to unleash a lot of these clean energy resources that would help put pressure on lowering electric bills. And I hope that this bipartisan bill can help us chart a course there too.
Otherwise, we're going to continue to have this conflagration as we try to lead the world in AI. The call on power exceeds what we have, and we have the technological tools to do this. I'm confident in the United States of America that we can work on upgrading the grid and bringing a lot of these cleaner, cheaper resources to bear. We have a partnership with a lot of the innovative companies, forward-looking regulators. We can use this opportunity to build a modern energy system that works for everyone. Our neighbors back home are counting on us to lower their electric bills and make life more affordable. And this bipartisan bill is an important first step. But let's keep going to lower energy bills and ensure that we have a modern grid to serve everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I urge a yes vote on H.R. 9340.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields back, and I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment. And I support the amendment to H.R. 9340, the Ratepayer Protection Pledge. I really appreciate the hard work of the gentleman from Colorado and the gentlelady from Florida to get us where we are. This legislation signals to states that they should be sure individual households are not footing the bill for massive infrastructure build-out needed to win the race to AI dominance. The rapid proliferation of new large-scale energy consumers connecting to the grid in such a short time has never been seen before, even exceeding our nation's response to World War II. But make no mistake, we're in a new era for the power sector. Whether you're a data center, a smelter, or a paper mill, connecting new facilities to the electric system, we need more infrastructure to provide power for large loads. But in Congress, we also must advance policy to protect reliability for communities and keep costs affordable. Importantly, states are also recognizing this reality and developing large load tariffs for all kinds of customers in order to protect households. No matter the state or district, each of us here has heard concerns about data centers back home. This amendment takes an important step toward addressing those concerns. We have met with numerous stakeholders, including the data center industry, the big tech, state regulators, utilities, and others. And a lot of us, when we go home, hear from the most important stakeholder, our constituents. But it has become clear that across the entire industry, there is one entity uniquely positioned to stand up for families and communities who are paying the electricity bills, and that entity is this committee and our colleagues here in Congress. President Trump called for this ratepayer protection pledge, so we're effectively codifying the principles laid out, and we've come together to agree upon those principles. And the companies that signed the pledge agree to pay for new infrastructure and network upgrades needed to connect the grid, and those costs are not borne by residential ratepayers. There is no question that members of this committee have worked very hard this Congress to advance a pro-innovation agenda on winning the race for AI dominance, but we are showing today that on a bipartisan basis, we can pursue an innovation agenda while simultaneously providing guardrails to protect consumers back home. As we talked about the race against China, it absolutely is true we're in a race against China. People estimate we're probably 6 months ahead if China's not catching up. And so if we did a moratorium, I think each state has the right to do what they want to do, each community, but if we did a nationwide moratorium and we did it for a year until China would be ahead, it would be difficult to catch up. So that's not the answer, but it is the answer to make sure that communities decide. And the principles for AI reform, we have the 4 Cs, one of them being community. Just like if Ford wants to build a large battery plant, which they built in my district, they built it in an industrial park. You wouldn't want them to build it in right next to a neighborhood. There are local community and zoning laws that absolutely have to be respected that protect that area. And in terms of permit, my friend from Florida has talked about this quite a bit, and we have to move forward between now and the end of the year on permit reform. We're going to make a move forward on that. But my friend from New York talked about the water that we had a hearing on in ONI. That was a water system that had spent 7 years working with the National Park Service to try to get a permit to repair the line that collapsed. And so as we look at sometimes protecting things creates guardrails to fixing things that in the end don't protect things. And so that's all important. And I just want to finish with this time with saying I really appreciate the hard work of every member of this committee, because the most important stakeholder in this business is our constituents, and we're all listening to them, we're all responding to them, and that is what this is about. Our staffs have worked very hard to get to where we are. I really appreciate it, and I think we're doing something big. And I appreciate the time, and I will yield back. Does anyone seek recognition to speak on the amendment? The gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word. Thank you. I appreciate the committee's effort on this amendment in the nature of a substitute. At the subcommittee markup, I raised two issues that I perceive with this bill's definition of large load customer. First, the definition of large load is set at 100 megawatts, despite the fact that many states and PJM are opting for 50 megawatts. Second, the definition was not limited to only data centers and crypto mining facilities, but rather to all large non-residential electric consumers, which means large manufacturers will be captured by this policy. I've heard Republicans on this committee say over and over again that we are in a race against China to lead the world in AI. But we need to appreciate that we are also competing with the rest of the world to be the leader in many critical manufacturing industries. And we should be thoughtful and nuanced about how we tackle these very different types of businesses, because not all loads, or economic development opportunities for that matter, are the same. This is especially true because energy-intensive and trade-exposed manufacturing, like steel and aluminum, is sensitive to electricity costs. Modest changes to energy prices can make or break a project. Determining whether a company is going to invest in the United States or simply go elsewhere. And steel and aluminum manufacturing facilities are commonly larger than the 100 megawatt threshold included in the bill. We are similarly seeing new advanced manufacturing gigafactories popping up across the country to produce semiconductors and batteries, which can also be above this threshold. In recent years, there have been both Democrats and Republicans calling for policies to promote reshoring and expanding of domestic manufacturing. Now that we are seeing the payoff of those policies, we should avoid imposing new, unnecessary costs on these industries, undermining their ability to compete and compete globally. So I appreciate the change in the amendment to address this second definitional issue. But now that we have rescoped the definition of customer, we should also reassess the megawatt threshold. Given the initial broad definition, I understood why the megawatt threshold was set at 100 rather than 50. That range of 50 to 100 megawatts would capture many more types of manufacturing facilities. So if the initial intent was to limit the number of manufacturers covered by the policy without explicitly excluding them, the 100 megawatt threshold was a mechanism by which to do so. But now that we are limiting the policy to computational loads, it makes sense to embrace the emerging consensus on the state level of 50 megawatts. 50 megawatts is enough to power tens of thousands of homes. Of course, a 50 megawatt data center could trigger major grid upgrades and impose costs on ratepayers. If we really want to protect our constituents, we should make certain the right projects are covered by this legislation. While this amendment is a good start at correcting the initial definition, I encourage us to continue working to right-size the megawatt threshold. And with that, Mr. Chair, I thank you and yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and the gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The bill and the aims state that data centers pay the cost of system upgrades to serve their demand, so ratepayers aren't footing the bill. This is important to address the concerns of our constituents across the nation. The AIMS provides the key principles for states to consider when establishing or approving rates for data centers. It in no way binds a state's hands or compels a state to undermine their state laws. It recognizes states may take their own approach to protecting ratepayers from the new large loads on the power system. We know that many states are already doing this. Some are developing industrial tariffs to address concerns. Others are developing large load tariffs of different sizes. Others are developing large load tariffs with flexibility depending on whether the customer is a data center or a traditional industrial facility. Others still are developing tariffs that just address data centers as a specific rate class, all within their legal authority. In Ohio, a major tariff was approved last year just for data centers. In that case, the state commission determined that data centers represent a distinct type of new load and set a rate for those facilities as a class, just as it sets rates for other classes of commercial users. The commission did this to ensure other ratepayers aren't stuck with the bill if data centers do not use as much power as they requested. That's the benefit of state flexibility to find the best way to protect ratepayers from these large loads. This amendment and the underlying bill preserve state flexibility to design rates to cover large load costs and focus attention where it is needed most, protecting residential ratepayers. We need to support this change, and I urge a yes vote, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Is there discussion on the amendment on the Democrat side? Seeing none, any further discussion? The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we have seen an increased use of AI and in turn a higher demand for the data centers, I continue to hear concerns from my constituents that the development in their community will raise their electric rates. We want to remain competitive and win the AI race with China. That's clear to all of us, but that cannot come at the expense of affordable, reliable electricity for every American. That is why I am proud to co-sponsor H.R. 9340, the Ratepayer Protection Act, and support this AINS, which would narrow the original bill to focus on data centers specifically. If a data center developer works with the local community and secures the necessary local support to build in that area, and subsequently, the ratepayers should never face an increased cost due to infrastructure upgrades that would be necessary to accommodate the project. This bill would make sure that data centers should shoulder the cost of any upgrades and not the consumer. And I urge my colleagues to support the AINS and to also support the underlying bill, H.R. 9340. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. If no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor shall vote by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there further amendments to the bill? Seeing none, the question now occurs on adopting H.R. 9340 as amended. A roll call has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Miller-Meeks. Mrs. Miller-Meeks votes aye. Mrs. Kamick. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. James. Mr. Benz. Mr. Benz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes aye. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes aye. Mr. Rulli. Mr. Rulli votes aye. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes aye. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor.
Aye.
Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell? Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Veazey? Ms. Kelly? Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan? Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan? Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher? Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mr. Ocasio-Cortez? Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss? Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana? Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman? Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan? Ms. McClellan votes aye. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mrs. Kamick is not recorded. Mrs. Kamick votes aye. Mr. James is not recorded. Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw is not recorded. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger is not recorded. Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mr. Ruiz is not recorded. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Veazey is not recorded. Mr. Veazey votes aye.
Anybody else seeking recognition to answer the roll call? Seeing none, the clerk will call, clerk will report, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 52 ayes and 0 noes.
With 52 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is adopted. The chair calls up H.R. 6633 and asks the clerk to report.
Committee print of H.R. 6633, a bill to establish.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. So ordered. Does anyone to seek recognition to speak on the bill? What purpose, gentlelady from North Dakota, seek recognition? You're recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ranking member and subcommittee staff, thank you for working with me to include this legislation, the High Capacity Grid Act, in this markup. The High Capacity Grid Act is a common sense solution to modernize America's aging electric grid with new innovative technologies. This bill will increase capacity, reduce costs, and foster a new age of energy affordability for American families. Members of this Congress, including those in this committee, often cite the sudden rise in demand due to electrification, large loads, and onshoring manufacturing across the country. At the same time, permitting backlogs prevent us from building new transmission lines, the lines we need to meet this demand. On average, it takes more than 4 years to permit a new transmission line, and sometimes more than a decade. This is before a single shovel hits the ground. We simply can't afford to wait that long. According to the Department of Energy, over 70% of our transmission lines are more than 25 years old. They're still relying on outdated, inefficient technologies. This directly leads to power outages and capacity limitations, driving up costs for the families that we represent. To fix this, we should make use of the valuable infrastructure we already have. Meeting growing demand means increasing capacity and efficiency across our grid. Innovative technologies like advanced conductors can maximize the value of infrastructure, the infrastructure we already have in the ground. This sets our grid up for long-term success without waiting years for new lines to be permitted or built. That's why my bill, the High Capacity Grid Act, is important. Under the bill, utilities replacing or constructing new transmission lines would deploy the most efficient, highest capacity, and most cost-effective conductors available. This reduces outages, optimizes existing infrastructure, and supports increasing demand in a pragmatic manner. The result, lower costs and greater reliability for American families. I'd like to thank the chairman and ranking member again and urge my colleagues to support the High Capacity Grid Act, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there a discussion on the bill? Further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the bill? Four-person gentlelady from North Dakota seek recognition. Yep.
I would like to offer an amendment to H.R. 6633, Mr. Chairman.
Identify the amendment at the desk, and the clerk will report. Do you have the amendment? The clerk can report.
Amendment to the committee print for H.R. 6633, offered by
Without
Mr.
objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman Guthrie. I'm pleased to offer an amendment to my bill, the High Capacity Grid Act, that will address concerns from both sides of the aisle. The amendment modifies the bill to provide exemptions when the use of advanced conductors would be unsafe for American families or for the electric grid. Furthermore, it provides utilities flexibility during reconductoring or new construction when advanced conductors are cost prohibitive or unnecessary to increase the system capacity or efficiency. While advanced conductors can increase capacity and efficiency across the grid, they are not always necessary. This amendment recognizes that reality. In doing so, it provides the experts enough flexibility to build today's grid to meet tomorrow's need while protecting American families and affordability. I thank Chairman Guthrie and the committee staff for their work on this bill and the amendment, and I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield back.
Is there further discussion? The gentlelady yields back for discussion on the amendment. Seeing none, are there further amendments? So, yes, that's right. So if there's no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from North Dakota. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Are there any further amendments to the bill? Seeing none, the question now occurs on adopting H.R. 633 as amended. A roll call has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Aye. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Carter, Georgia. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Crunch. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller-Meeks. Mrs. Kamick. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes aye. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes aye. Mr. Rulli. Mr. Rulli votes aye. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes aye. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell. Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Bardagan. Ms. Bardagan votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan? Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher? Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez? Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss? Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana? Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman? Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan? Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie? Chairman Guthrie votes aye.
So I can call out your name and just vote. So we got Ms. Miller Meeks.
Mrs. Miller Meeks
Mr.
votes
Carter.
aye. Mr. Carter votes aye.
Mr. Balderson.
Mr. Balderson votes aye.
Okay, Dr. Luis.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye.
Ms. Kelly.
Ms. Kelly votes aye.
Almost said Ms. Robin. Seeing no further people here to answer the roll call, the clerk will report. I know it.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 49 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. The chair calls up H.R. 9335 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 9335, a bill to direct the Secretary of Energy to establish a clearing.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. So ordered. Does anyone speak recognized on the bill? Gentleman from Texas is recognized to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Grid congestion is a hidden tax on every American family and business. My bipartisan bill, the Advanced Transmission Technology to Reduce Rates Act, cuts that tax by making our electric grid smarter and more efficient, without mandates, without federal overreach, and without waiting on Washington. Texas is growing fast, and our grid is being asked to do more than ever. In fact, yesterday it's estimated that it hit its all-time capacity record. Congestion drives up the cost of energy for utilities and ultimately for ratepayers. My bill addresses that head-on by expanding access to advanced transmission technologies, tools like advanced conductors and dynamic line ratings that move more electricity across the lines we already have. It's a common-sense three-part bill: a public DOE clearinghouse on advanced transmission projects, voluntary technical assistance for utilities and state regulators, and voluntary best practices to reduce wildfire risk, and it targets NEPA review for these specific DOE-funded projects, so states like Texas aren't stuck waiting on a lengthy federal process to deploy technology that already works. This bipartisan bill builds on the permitting reform work House Republicans have led all Congress to cut the red tape standing between American families and a more reliable, more affordable grid. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. I thank the chair, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, the ranking member of the full committee, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Latta. I strongly support this bill, but I do have an issue with one provision, and that provision would exclude any Department of Energy funding for advanced transmission technologies from the environmental review requirements of the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA. And my problem is the concerted Republican attack on our environmental review laws, like last year's radical Republican proposal to completely upend our nation's environmental reviews. Thankfully, this bill does not go that far, and NEPA would still apply for any projects that incorporate broader work that goes beyond advanced transmission technologies. DOE regulations already exempt activities relating to upgrading or rebuilding existing electric power lines from NEPA, and any project requiring a federal permit would still be subject to environmental reviews, just not for the funding it received from the Department of Energy. I'm frustrated because this provision is simply unnecessary in an otherwise worthwhile bill. As Democrats have noted for years, we desperately need to expand our grid to help make it more reliable and affordable in the face of increasing electricity demand, and advanced transmission technologies are a key component of that grid expansion, and and have the potential to help us get some of the biggest bang for our buck. So because I strongly support advanced transmission technologies and the benefits they bring to the grid, I will support the bill today, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Hearing none, are there any amendments on the bill? The question now occurs on adopting H.R. 9335. A roll call has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll. Mr. Latta.
Aye.
Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Miller-Meeks. Mrs. Miller-Meeks votes aye. Mrs. Kamick. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Benz. Mr. Benz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes aye. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes aye. Mr. Rulli. Mr. Rulli votes aye. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Mr. Gett. Mr. Gett votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell. Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Badagan. Ms. Badagan votes no. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan. Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes no. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes no. Chairman Guthrie. Chairman Guthrie votes aye.
Anyone, gentleman, gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer?
Mr. Palmer is not recorded.
I'll
Mr.
call and you
Palmer
can
votes aye.
just do your vote when I call. So, Ms. Harshbarger? Aye.
Mrs. Harshbarger is not recorded. Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye.
Mr. Crenshaw?
Mr. Crenshaw votes aye.
Mr. Weber?
Mr. Weber votes aye.
Mr. Auchincloss? Ms. Kelly?
Mr. Auchincloss is off no and on aye.
Okay, Ms. Kelly? Did you get Ms. Kelly's vote?
Ms. Kelly is off aye and on no.
Okay, Mr. Gett?
Mr. Gett is off aye and on no.
Anyone else? Anyone seeking to answer the roll call? The gentleman will report. The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 39 ayes and 10 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. The chair calls up H.R. 9338 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 9338, a bill to amend Title
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point, so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? Mr. Weber is recognized, for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute at the desk.
Gentlemen, anybody want to speak on the bill before we bring up to him, or just you want to speak on the bill or the substitute? The gentleman, anyone want to speak on the bill before we bring up amendment?
I'll take that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This AINS before us today reflects important updates made since the Energy Subcommittee markup last month. These changes fulfill the commitments we made during that markup to keep working across the aisle toward a strong bipartisan final product. We listened, we kept our word, and we tightened the language to protect the First Amendment rights of lawful protesters while holding those accountable who knowingly and willfully damage pipeline equipment or disrupt operations by manipulating a valve. Throughout this process, we have worked closely with stakeholders. Across the industry, within the government, we've worked to develop and refine this legislation. The result is a stronger bill that gives the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, PHMSA, the resources and direction necessary to continue safeguarding more than 3 million miles of pipeline infrastructure across these great United States. The bill strengthens the civil penalties for pipeline safety violations. The bill promotes best practices across state damage prevention programs, and the bill establishes a voluntary information sharing system so lessons learned from accidents and near misses can help prevent the next one. It also supports communities working to repair and replace aging natural gas distribution systems. It sets deadlines for updated carbon dioxide pipeline safety standards and requires PHMSA to lay out a plan for completing overdue pipeline safety rulemakings. Americans deserve nothing less than our continued effort to move the needle closer and closer and closer to 100% safety, and this legislation actually helps to do exactly that. Our nation's pipeline infrastructure operates 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, to safely deliver the reliable and affordable energy that power Americans' homes, their businesses, and industries while supporting our allies around the world. Few regions in the country can rival the pipeline infrastructure along the Texas Gulf Coast, where I represent. Every day, that infrastructure helps produce, refine, process, and export the energy that powers America and as well as supports our allies abroad. In Texas's 14th Congressional District, we produce and move more energy than just about any other district in these good old United States of America. Few places better illustrate the important role pipeline infrastructure plays in our everyday lives. Whether that energy originates in the Permian Basin or comes from our neighbors to the north, Alberta, Canada, producing it is only half of the battle. American energy dominance depends on our ability to deliver that very energy safely and reliably to the people businesses, and industries that, yes, depend on it every single day. Mr. Chairman, this bill reflects what dedicated members of this body and their staff can accomplish when we all come together to the table to help make America better. I want to thank them for their hard work, and I urge every member of this committee to support H.R. 9338 and help move this strong bipartisan bill one step closer to the House floor. Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back for the discussion on the bill. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, but I think both the gentleman from Texas and I are actually talking about the bill with the changes that are going to be in the Ains, but I'll follow up on what he said. If we do the bill as amended, we'll have made sufficient progress for me to support the underlying bill. One of our most important responsibilities as members of Congress is to do what we can to protect our constituents. In the case of pipeline safety legislation, that means ensuring that the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, or PHMSA, has the resources it needs to hold unsafe pipeline operators responsible. It also means ensuring that those operators are assessed fines that actually hold them financially accountable rather than amounting to a slap on the wrist. 2 years ago, the bill the majority drafted failed that test, and so did the bill that was introduced and marked up by the Energy Subcommittee just last month. But with the changes, I believe this bill will live up to that obligation, and I want to detail why. The first reason is that it gives PHMSA the resources it needs to enforce its safety rules and ensure that pipeline operators are abiding by those rules. The core authorization levels in this bill are roughly $24 million per year higher than the levels contained in the introduced bill. That increase will support vital programs like the state damage prevention program and pipeline safety information grants to communities. It will also ensure that PHMSA's primary enforcement and operation activities get the resources they deserve. And these levels are essentially identical to the funding levels put forward by the Transportation Committee and the Senate Commerce Committee, and they live up to the nation's pipeline safety needs. Additionally, this bill fully authorizes a grant program originally funded in the bipartisan infrastructure law. The Natural Gas Distribution Infrastructure Safety and Modernization Grant Program helps repair leaky distribution pipelines operated by municipal utilities and cooperatives. In an era of ever-increasing energy costs driven by President Trump's disastrous policies, a grant program that helps lower utility costs by helping ratepayer-owned utilities make investments essentially to bring down the cost is vital. And the majority's original bill would have left this program expire, and I'm pleased that our compromise amendment today lets it survive and sets it up for sustainability into the future. Finally, the majority's original bill contained language that would have made it a crime, quote, to impair the operation of a pipeline, while leaving that term undefined. At a time when former Olympians are being arrested on the National Mall for the crime of looking at the damage the president dealt to the reflecting pool, granting DOJ authority to prosecute everyday Americans for exercising their First Amendment rights was completely unacceptable. This compromise amendment protects the First Amendment by ensuring that only valve turning and intentionally causing a defect in the pipeline is criminalized. With this change, only activities that present a danger to the safety of others are out of bounds, and Americans' right to protest and exercise their free speech remains intact, in my opinion. And there are other important changes contained in this amendment, protecting PHMSA's consideration of environmental benefits, instructing PHMSA to finalize the rule regulating the safety of carbon dioxide pipelines, for example. All these changes combine to make this a stronger pipeline safety package. And for that reason, I support the amendment and the bill as amended. I hope we can continue to improve the bill in discussions with our colleagues on the House.
Will the gentleman yield back?
Yeah, let me just finish, though. I know we still have to work with our colleagues on the House Transportation and the Senate Commerce Committee, dare I mention the Senate Commerce Committee's name, and that the final product that is signed into law, I think, will be even better. So I yield. You want me to yield to you?
I do.
Sure.
I thank the ranking member, Mr. Chairman. And before I yield back to him, I'm going to mention that this is an ANS underscore of HR 9338 underscore 01. So we appreciate that. We appreciate your position on this ranking member. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Can you yield to me as well?
Sure.
I just want to say, I think the gentlelady from New York had pointed out the issue you just addressed and how we all work together. We withdrew the amendment on good faith that we would work together, and thanks for everybody. That doesn't always mean we're going to get there, we did this time, but we certainly did it in good faith. So again, another point to the, why we have so many bills today, because we're all working to get these things done for the American people. So thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the bill as amended and yield back the balance of my time.
Is there further discussion on the bill? Gentlemen from, on the bill, or you want to wait for the aims to be adopted or brought forward? You want to call it the amendment, or you want first?
On the bill, Mr.
Okay, gentleman from, well, Ms. Fletcher from Texas, you want to? So gentlelady from Texas is recognized to speak on the bill.
Well, thank you so much, Chairman Guthrie. This bill is so important to the people that I represent, and I am so glad that we've made changes in progress since the subcommittee markup, as you were just discussing. I think everyone in here has heard me say this before, and certainly Mr. Weber and my colleagues from Houston know that Houston companies control more than 58% of U.S. natural gas pipeline capacity and 33% of U.S. crude oil pipeline capacity and oil pipeline capacity. So, you know, the people that I represent know that pipeline safety is paramount and that it must remain a priority as the demand for energy grows, which we keep talking about on this committee, and as the demand for infrastructure to deliver that continues to grow as well. And we know that that is PHMSA's job. It's in the name of the agency. And so I'm just really glad that we've come together as a committee to advance a bipartisan reauthorization of PHMSA. And it really plays a vital role in working to keep our communities safe, in working with industry, overseeing industry as appropriate, but working to make sure that it can accomplish its mission. But we know that, like so many other agencies, it has faced a lot of challenges from the Trump administration. And since the beginning of this administration, more than half of PHMSA's senior leadership has left. Several rulemakings, major rulemakings, have been abandoned. And this is a problem for everyone. It's a problem for our communities. It's a problem for the people who are trying to build and operate the pipelines safely. And so we address a lot of the challenges that they're experiencing in this bill. And I think that that's really important. I think that, you know, this bill is going to provide $90 million a year more than the original authorization for PHMSA for pipeline safety activities. And I hope that those resources are directed toward retaining staff, because that is a critical issue right now. The bill also compels PHMSA to release a rule regulating carbon dioxide pipelines within 2 years of enactment, and it requires PHMSA to update Congress on the status of these outstanding rulemakings that have been abandoned. And this is critically important because we did a lot of good work in the last couple of Congresses to try to advance different programs and policies and technologies, and we are waiting on rulemakings like with the carbon dioxide pipelines that are impeding our ability to achieve our climate goals, that are impeding our ability to make the progress that we all should want to make. And we know in Texas, of course, as carbon capture projects advance, it's really vital that the federal government creates standard rules of the road for developers that will give our communities confidence in the safety of these projects. Now, as much as we've done a good job getting to bipartisan agreement, the bill isn't perfect, and I think we have to continue to work to ensure that PHMSA is forward-looking when it comes to pipeline safety and to ensure that that meets tomorrow's challenges, not just yesterday's challenges. And it's why I worked to include the PHMSA Technology Pilot Program in the 2020 reauthorization bill, back when I was on the T&I committee. And I think this technology demonstration program is really important. That's what I've heard from people who are doing the work out in the field to operate these pipelines, that they want to have the most cutting-edge technology to monitor for corrosion, to make sure that they're able to test pipelines, and this program is a really important piece of that. And I'm really sorry that it didn't make it into this bill. I think that it's something that we need and we should be authorizing, we should be continuing. And so I'm really hopeful that we can work to include it during the conference process as we move this forward. But that is one of many things that I'd like to see addressed. So many of the others have been addressed in this bill, including, I think, the concerns we talked about in the markup about the importance of finding a balance for safety of operation. And we do need to make sure that these pipelines can be operated safely. That is paramount, while also recognizing the important constitutional rights of Americans to express their opinions and views. And so I'm glad that we were able to do this work following the last committee markup. I hope we can do just a little bit more in the conference process, but I support the bill and look forward to voting for it shortly. Thank you so much, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields back. To further discussion on the bill. Gentleman from California is recognized on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I certainly appreciate that your team has worked to improve the bill since subcommittee markup. However, I remain concerned that this version still includes provisions that would undermine PHMSA's ability to ensure safety. As you know, pipeline safety is a particularly salient issue in my district, given the deadly pipeline explosion in San Bruno nearly 15 years ago. Specifically, I'm concerned that Section 5 places rigid constraints on PHMSA's special permits by preventing the agency from requiring other conditions for special permits. We're tying its hands and limiting its ability to ensure safety. PHMSA needs the flexibility to impose strong guardrails when operators seek to bypass federal regulations. So I urge my colleagues to reconsider this provision so we can advance a reauthorization bill that prioritizes safety over regulatory shortcuts. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion on the bill. Seeing none, are there any amendments? Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, I have an amendment in the nation of this. Now that I've read the whole thing, it's an ANS _ HR 9338 _ 01. And look, I appreciate my colleague from
The
Houston.
gentleman has to report the amendment.
Thank you. Amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 9338, offered by Mr. Weber.
Without objection, the read of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman from Texas is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate all the comments and all the discussion that we're having, because all this stuff is important to us. And I appreciate us working together, appreciate the ranking member being in support of it. And I'm looking forward to it passing. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there discussion of the amendment? Gentlelady from Washington is recognized to speak on the amendment in the nature of a substitute for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate the efforts of Chair Guthrie and Ranking Member Pallone to negotiate a robust pipeline safety bill. Congress last passed a pipeline safety programs bill in 2020, and it was supposed to be updated and reauthorized in 2023, so we're overdue. Pipeline safety is not to be taken for granted. It was the lethal 1999 Bellingham explosion along the BP Olympic pipeline that prompted major reforms to protect public health and safety. But my constituents were reminded just 7 months ago from an oil spill on the same pipeline that there are still safety gaps that pipeline owners need to address. The most recent spill was actually discovered by a blueberry farmer tending his land and not by BP, the operator of the pipeline. And this spill caused severe jet fuel shortages, canceling flights, resulting in the governor declaring a state of emergency. And it's not the first time this has happened. This marked the 26th reportable incident in 13 years. There's more that I would have liked to see included in this bill. For example, I would have liked to see requirements for more technology that makes pipelines safer and makes any spills smaller, like advanced rupture mitigation valves. This technology could have reduced the impact of the 2023 Conway spill when 21,000 gallons of gas from the Olympic pipeline went straight into a fish-bearing stream and temporarily closed a nearby school. This committee also could have required performance standards on leak detection technologies to make sure that current detection systems really work. The 2025 spill wasn't detected until that blueberry farmer just happened to see it, and it was a big leak. So while I will be voting yes due to the urgent need to authorize and update our pipeline safety programs, and I applaud the bipartisan work to get here, we do need to do even more to ensure companies like BP are safeguarding their pipelines for our public health and safety. Thank you. Yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, On the amendment. Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad to see the many improvements made in this amendment of this important pipeline safety bill, including fully reauthorizing the safety program within the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Administration on par with the levels approved by the other committees of jurisdiction. Pipeline safety is not a partisan issue. It's a public safety issue. And Congress has a responsibility to act. Reauthorizing PHMSA to the federal agency that oversees pipeline safety nationwide is a regular, reoccurring duty of Congress. This is how we make sure our pipeline safety standards and regulations stay current with new technology, new risk, and the realities of aging infrastructure. And nowhere are the stakes higher than in my district in Louisiana. We are one of the nation's leading energy producing states with a dense network of natural gas, oil, and petrochemical pipelines connecting wetlines, refineries, and export terminals along the Mississippi River and Gulf Coast. This infrastructure is the circulatory system of our state's economy. Moving the energy that powers homes, fuels industry, and keeps America competitive in global energy markets. Failing to get this bill right puts all of that at risk. Public safety means worker safety. The men and women who build, inspect, and maintain this infrastructure work in demanding high-risk conditions every day. Modern pipeline safety standards, corrosion control, leak detection, pressure monitoring, and rigorous inspection protocols exist because every worker deserves to come home safely. Strong safety standards are a baseline commitment to the people who keep our energy sectors running. Pipeline safety is also critical for Louisiana's communities. When pipeline safeties fail, our communities pay the price through service disruption, evacuations, environmental damage, or even worse. When we invest in safety and modernization, those same communities can support good jobs, more reliable service, and lower long-term costs. Safety and economic competitiveness go hand in hand. A safe community is needed at all times. Energy repairs and outages reassure industry partners and investors that America's energy infrastructure is reliable. Aging infrastructure is a real risk. Like much of the rest of the nation, some of Louisiana's local gas distribution infrastructures are decades old. These legacy pipelines are more prone to leaks, which pose explosion risk, waste product, and release methane and potential greenhouse gases into communities that can least afford to have it. That's why I'm happy to see the amendments reauthorize the Natural Gas Distribution Infrastructure Safety and Modernization Program. This grant program was created under the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and is designed to provide millions of dollars in grant funding to small municipal-owned utilities to replace high-risk natural gas distribution pipes. In my district, the city of Donaldsonville received a $20 million grant to replace 27.3 miles of deteriorating distribution lines, some of which had been in the ground for decades. This project eliminated leaks, improved safety, reduced environmental impact, and lowered energy bills for residents and businesses alike. This program funded a comprehensive modernization of small city gas systems that could never have been afforded on its own, and the countless other communities in America that benefit from this program in the future. This is the right thing to do. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? I will recognize myself for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment. I won't use all 5 minutes, I promise. So I just want to say this bill before us is a product of extensive bipartisan negotiations and helps bring PHMSA's safety regulations into the 21st century. Appreciate all the work of the members and the staffs for doing this. The committee's narrow and streamlined PHMSA reauthorization ensures the agency's safety regulations keep pace with the technological and operational advancement that have strengthened the safety and security of our nation's pipeline infrastructure without overreaching. The bill makes common sense updates to the removed duplicative regulations do not meaningfully improve safety. It streamlines certain permits to reflect relevant safety standards and reinforce fair process for operators and refocus PHMSA on its mission, safety. I'd also like to thank my colleagues across the aisle, particularly Ranking Member Pallone and the committee staff for meaningful and robust engagement as I talked during your time to make sure we addressed concerns that were brought up during subcommittee. So I look forward to getting this bill out of committee today, and I know we still have work to do with our colleagues at T&I and the Senate Commerce Committee on a final package. And I will yield back, and if there's no further discussion, we'll adopt the amendments. So the question before the committee is adopting the amendments. If there is no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Are there further amendments? Seeing none, the question occurs on adopting H.R. 9338 as amended. A roll call has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller Meeks. Mrs. Miller Meeks votes aye. Mrs. Kamick. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Benz. Mr. Benz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes aye. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes aye. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters. Mrs. Dingell. Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Badagan. Ms. Badagan votes no. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan. Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes no. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana.
Aye.
Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez.
Aye.
Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. No. Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie.
Aye. Any?
Chairman Guthrie votes aye.
All right, so Mr. Latta.
Mr. Latta votes aye.
Mr. Griffith.
Mr. Griffith votes aye.
Mr. Bilirakis.
Mr. Bilirakis votes aye.
Dr. Joyce.
Mr. Joyce votes aye.
Mr. Peters.
Mr. Peters votes aye.
Dr. Louise.
No and on yes. Mr. Ruiz is off no and on aye.
Any further? Seeing no one presenting to answer the roll, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote.
Gentlelady, before you report, gentlelady from Florida, how's she recorded? Yay. Okay.
Mrs. Kamick votes aye.
Okay, clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 41 ayes and 8 noes.
With the ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. The chair calls up HR 9332 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 9332, a bill to require the federal...
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be up for amendment at any point. So ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill?
Mr. Chair, on the bill.
For what purpose, the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word and speak in support of the bill.
You are recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for holding this markup and including my bill, H.R. 9332, the Load Forecasting and Enhancement Act. I'd also like to thank my colleague from New Jersey, Congressman Menendez, for working with me on this legislation and co-leading the bill. Our electric grid has entered a period of unprecedented change. Advanced manufacturing, increased electrification, and the surge of AI data centers have created an historic increase in electricity demand. We've seen this firsthand in Ohio's 12th Congressional District, which has 41 data centers in operation or being built, the most in the state. My constituents are seeing these data centers being built in their neighborhoods and have serious concerns about this rapid growth means for their families and their communities. Congress must do more to help get new generation built quickly to power this growth and ensure those large load customers, not our constituents, are the ones paying for these upgrades and new cost. At the bare minimum, we should ensure that grid operators, state utilities, and power providers are accurately planning for this growth to keep the grid reliable and protect our constituents. This bill is about giving states and utilities the tools necessary to measure load growth so that they can appropriately plan for new generation and transmission. Accurate load forecasting prevents the underbuilding of electrical infrastructure and generation that is critical to maintaining grid reliability. And just as importantly, this bill will help prevent the overbuilding of unnecessary electric infrastructure for speculative projects that can end up costing ratepayers. The Load Forecasting Enhancement Act establishes a regional joint boards to bring state utility regulators and FERC commissioners together to examine, identify, and report to Congress the best practices that improve the accuracy, transparency, and the accountability of projects of new electrical grid. The bill amends the Public Utility Regulatory Policies Act to require each state to consider incorporating the recommendations that lead to better load forecasting. Just last month, one of the Department of Energy's national labs released a report showing data centers could double their share of U.S. power and account for 10 to 15% of our electricity use by 2030. Given this uncertainty, with projected demand, utilities and states need better tools to distinguish between speculative demand projects and projects that have demonstrated a genuine commitment to moving forward. Better forecasting means better planning, and better planning means a more reliable grid and a more responsible investment decisions. I urge my colleagues on the committee to support this bill, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Is there anyone seeking recognition to speak on the bill? The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm glad the committee is advancing a slate of bills that begin to address challenges to our grid brought on by the growth of AI data centers. And I'm proud to work with Congressman Balderson on H.R. 9332, the Load Forecasting Enhancement Act. This bill will enhance our ability to forecast future demands on our energy grid and improve a vital piece of long-term planning in our energy systems. Accurate load forecasting is essential to making sure we have enough power supply to meet the demands of tomorrow. This bill would push state utility commissions and investor-owned utilities to adopt best practices when forecasting demand, including large loads such as AI data centers, and in turn, make sure that we have an accurate idea of how much energy we'll need years down the line. Improving load forecasting will help prevent blackouts and brownouts and make sure our constituents don't experience drastic spikes in their energy bills. It'll help us make sure we have the energy infrastructure we need to support new innovations in technology, manufacturing, and keep our homes cool in the summer and warm in the winter. This bill and others before the committee today are an important first step in the right direction. But they're a first step, and we need to use every tool in the toolbox to address these issues facing our grid and protect our constituents from rising energy costs and blackouts and brownouts. That means making sure tech companies that are developing AI data centers are held accountable for the impact they have in our communities. And that means fighting for more transparency on data centers' energy usage, as well as their environmental and health impacts. Today's markup is a step in the right direction. I'm proud to work on bipartisan legislation to address these pressing needs. I encourage my colleagues to continue this work and vote in support of this bill. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the bill? Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I rise today in support of the Load Forecasting Enhancement Act. This legislation offers a real solution to the unprecedented load growth this country is experiencing. Under this legislation, FERC would convene regional joint boards with public utility commissions to study and identify best practices for electric load forecasting. FERC would then be able to report its findings and recommend how we in Congress can best improve load forecasting. Preparing for load growth, which we know is coming, is an absolute necessity. In our diverse country, we have so many different states with different energy types and energy needs. Encouraging collaboration, idea sharing, and recommendations for Congress will ensure state and federal leaders alike are prepared to accurately forecast load growth and prepare for it. Thank you to Representatives Balderson and Menendez for introducing this critical bipartisan legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the bill? The gentlelady from Virginia is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. With projections showing that data center energy consumption could double or triple in the next 2 years, accounting for up to 12% of U.S. electricity use, we have to work smarter to account for and prepare for the impact that data centers are having on the grid. The Load Forecasting Enhancement Act is an important first step to do just that by requiring FERC to establish regional boards to study best practices for forecasting power and demand. In Virginia and across the country, the siting, planning, and construction of data centers are handled almost entirely at the local level, with the state playing a role mostly when it is time to bring the data center online. And our Virginia localities have tended to prioritize the revenue impact to their budget over the impact to the grid. Now that's understandable when, as one county manager in a rural part of my district said, that the real estate revenue alone from one data center looking to locate there could fund the building of a brand new school they desperately needed. And local economic development, planning, and zoning officials often don't have the expertise to factor in the impact these data centers will have on the grid. This fragmented system of planning and approvals makes it difficult to fully prepare for the impact of the ongoing rapid build-out of data centers on our grid and its reliability. This is not sustainable. The Load Forecasting Enhancement Act seeks to create a more cohesive approach where FERC works with states to improve oversight, accountability, and transparency in load forecasting and bring more stakeholders into that process so that we have a better idea of how to prepare for and mitigate the impact that data centers will have on the grid and on energy affordability for American families and small businesses that are especially feeling the impact. We need to make sure that local governments are part of that stakeholder process. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation and to continue to work with us on proposals that will increase all stakeholder engagement and and improve coordination at all levels of government to address the impacts of data center. Now, also, given the discussion earlier today over public opinion turning against data centers, I do want to take a moment to connect some dots that explain the hostility we're seeing in rural localities that show that while we legislate in silos, people don't live in silos. In a recent discussion that I had with some residents in rural communities, one person made a critically important point. Why are rural communities bearing the brunt of the economic and environmental impacts of data centers when they're still not connected to the internet through broadband? That's a critically important perspective that we should keep in mind as we address not only the energy impact of data centers, but we act to ensure that the benefits of the digital ecosystem that they support leave no community behind. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the bill?
Mr. Chair.
Gentleman from New York is recognized. What purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Tonko_044, amendment to H.R.
Without objection, read the amendment dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I begin by thanking Representatives Balderson and Menendez for their outstanding work on this bill. I want to be clear that I support the underlying bill, but I do believe that it could be improved upon by explicitly authorizing the Department of Energy's role in providing technical assistance to support our nation's load forecasting needs. I think we can all agree that there are real challenges associated with large and uncertain load growth due to the demand of data centers. And if we fail to accurately plan for load growth, there will be serious risks to the reliability and affordability of our electricity system. Working to harmonize load forecasting methods through regional boards and leveraging the expertise of our state commissions, as is done in this bill, is a great step. But if this is such a big problem, shouldn't we want our nation's leading minds working on the electricity system to help address it? We heard from Secretary Wright at the budget hearing that the Department of Energy is focused on load forecasting, and we know there is amazing expertise in the national labs. So if we are going to make progress in planning for our future electric demand, we should be utilizing all the tools in our toolbox, including those that exist at DOE. This amendment would simply direct DOE to establish a technical assistance program to provide modeling, analysis, best practices, and other forms of support to states, grid operators, utilities, and independent power producers responsible for electric load growth planning. It would also explicitly authorize DOE to coordinate with and provide technical assistance to the regional boards that are established by the underlying bill. This will allow these boards to have access to all the data, modeling, and technical support possible to help ensure their success. During the subcommittee markup, I emphasized the importance of technical assistance of this kind, that it can have a great amount of effort made to support municipal utilities and rural co-ops that may not have the capacity to model load growth like their larger utility peers. But DOE technical assistance should not just be limited to smaller entities, especially since the goals of this bill are to broaden coordination amongst all entities with a responsibility in planning for load growth. The amendment is simple. It authorizes something that everyone agrees DOE can and should be doing to help address an emerging challenge facing our electricity system. It would provide clear direction that Congress wants the department to leverage its expertise to engage further on this issue, and it would do so by providing support to the boards that would be created by this bill. I urge members to support this amendment and authorize DOE to provide technical assistance to all entities that have a responsibility in planning for electric load growth, simply making an outstanding bill even better. With that, Mr. Chair, I thank you and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Gentleman from Ohio is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Mr. Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is tough. I'm opposing my dear friend amendment, and Mr. Tonko and I have done a lot of legislation together. But as currently drafted, this amendment would create an open-ended new program at the Department of Energy on load forecasting. The underlying bill is an important measure to improve the accuracy of electricity demand projections. As we've discussed over the last several months, more accurate forecasting will lead to more cost-effective investments to meet a growing electric demand. The Load Forecasting Enhancement Act, using regional joint boards and PURPA, encourages a collaborative relationship between states and the federal government to improve our collective understanding of electrical demand growth. Importantly, this bill also provides technical assistance to state energy offices to work in hand with state PUCs and utilities for economic development purposes. However, the amendment being offered by my colleague is expansive, unnecessary, and needs additional work to ensure valuable taxpayer resources are protected from abuse. This amendment would provide sweeping technical assistance authority to utilities of all types, regardless of size, and a host of entities involved in the generation, transmission, and distribution of electricity. This would encompass thousands of utilities, power generators, transmission owners, and others. And while the underlying bill offers a smart and balanced approach to ensure states are working in harmony with FERC, this amendment fails to do so. I appreciate the amendment would direct DOE assistance to the joint boards. However, the amendment doesn't clarify that DOE's recommendations or best practices provided to utilities and more power providers be based on the findings of the joint boards, the final report in the bill, or state policies enacted based on these findings. Unfortunately, this could lead to DOE providing conflicting standards or best practices, leading to confusion between utilities, power providers, and states. Additionally, the amendment provides no clarity on taxpayer dollars being used to fulfill this expansive new program. Throughout this process, I have worked in good faith with my Democrat colleagues, including my co-lead, Mr. Menendez, to advance this policy through full committee. Since our legislative hearing in April, our side of the aisle has continued offering to work alongside Mr. Tonko to find a compromise on ideas for a more targeted approach and to address our concerns of unfunded mandates. Unfortunately, those offers have been rejected, and I'm concerned that this new policy undermines the bipartisan work of our underlying legislation. For those reasons, I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none. There are no further discussion on the amendment. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Nay. The nays have it.
Mr. Chair, I ask for a recorded vote, please.
And the gentleman asked for a roll call vote. The clerk will call the roll on the ayes.
Mr. Latta.
No.
Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes no. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller-Meeks. Mrs. Kamick. Mrs. Kamick votes no. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. James. Mr. James votes no. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Fry. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes no. Mr. Rulli. Mr. Rulli votes no. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Mrs. Fedorchak, Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan. Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Aye. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan. Aye. Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana.
Aye.
Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez.
Aye.
Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Aye. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie. Aye. Chairman Guthrie votes. Mr. Chairman is off aye and on no. Are there members wishing to record their vote? How's the gentleman from Virginia recorded? Mr. Griffith votes no. Gentleman from Texas? Mr. Gentleman from Crenshaw votes Pennsylvania? no. Mr. Joyce votes no. Are there any other members? The clerk will report the result. Chairman Latta, on that vote, there were 21 ayes and 26 noes. Thank you very much. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? Hearing none, the question now occurs on adopting H.R. 9332. A roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll. Mr. Latta. Aye. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Weber. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller-Meeks. Mrs. Kamick. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. James. Mr. Bentz. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes aye. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes aye. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz? Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell? Mr. Veazey? Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly? Ms. Badigan? Ms. Badigan votes aye. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan? Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher? Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez? Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss? Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana?
Aye.
Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez?
Aye.
Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen? Aye. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman? Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan? Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie? How's the gentleman from Virginia recorded? Mr. Griffith votes aye. Gentleman from Michigan? Mr. James votes aye. Gentleman from Texas?
Mr. Weber votes aye.
Gentleman from Oregon?
Mr. Benz is not recorded. Mr. Benz votes aye.
Gentleman from Idaho?
Mr. Fulcher votes aye.
The gentlelady from Florida?
Mrs. Kamick is not recorded. Mrs. Kamick votes aye.
How's the chairman recorded?
Chairman Guthrie votes aye.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania?
Mr. Joyce votes aye.
Are there any other members wishing to record their vote? Hearing none, the clerk will report. Can you do 5 more minutes? Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 47 ayes and 0 noes.
Thank you very much. The bill is adopted, and the clerk, the sheriff now calls up HR 9339 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 9339, a bill to require the Secretary of Energy to conduct an assessment.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does any member seek recognition on the bill? For what purpose does the gentlelady from Tennessee's 1st District seek recognition?
To speak on the bill.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our bulk power supply is aging while energy demand is skyrocketing. And as we work to bring new generation online, tools like high-performance computing and AI can help our existing grid run with greater capacity and reliability. That is the purpose of my bipartisan legislation, the Affordable Innovation for the Grid Act, which I introduced with my colleague, Representative Mullen. It will direct DOE in consultation with FERC and NERC to access how these technologies can be deployed to support the bulk power system. We are already seeing what's possible because last year FERC Commissioner Rosner highlighted how one platform was able to complete an interconnection study in just 10 days. The manual interconnection study that it was based on took 2 years to complete. That is exactly the kind of efficiency we need to start clearing our backlogged interconnection queues. Argonne National Laboratory has also demonstrated how these tools can support the grid through predictive maintenance. In one project, Argonne found this approach reduced total maintenance costs by more than 40%, and unnecessary crew visits by more than 60%. And by minimizing downtime and addressing problems before they escalate, our energy providers can keep the lights on and plan more effectively for both near and long-term grid needs. There's enormous potential in these technologies to help our grid run more efficiently, but we need to get the details right. A thorough technical assessment from DOE, FERC, and NERC will be essential to identify where grid operators and utilities can put these tools to use to strengthen reliability and affordability for ratepayers. So I urge all my colleagues to support H.R. 9339, the Affordable Innovation for the Grid Act. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion for purposes of the gentleman from California's 15 districts seek recognition?
Speak on the bill, Mr. Chair.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today, electricity demand continues to rise, as do bills for everyday Americans. To protect consumers, we need to make the grid more efficient and get energy connected to the grid more quickly. I believe we can work towards those goals by supporting the adoption of leading-edge grid technologies. That's why I partnered with Representative Harshbarger on the Affordable Innovation for the Grid Act. This bill would direct the Department of Energy to study how artificial intelligence and advanced computing can support the grid. Right now, it takes 5 years for a new power source to connect to the grid, but AI can significantly reduce this timeline without compromising reliability. Every utility in the country should be figuring out how to responsibly deploy these technologies. While our committee has missed an opportunity to mark up Representative Castor's Expediting Grid Interconnection Procedures Act, which I also support, the issues facing our grid will not wait. That's why I encourage my colleagues to support the bill, which will spur innovation for grid efficiency, energy deployment, and lower costs. Again, I want to thank Representative Harshbarger for her leadership and collaboration on this effort. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you very much, gentleman. Yields back. Is there further discussion on the bill? Are there any amendments on the bill? Seeing none, question now occurs on adopting H.R. 9339. A roll call vote has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll. Mr. Latta? Aye. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Hudson? Mr. Carter of Georgia? Mr. Palmer? Mr. Dunn? Mr. Crenshaw? Mr. Joyce? Mr. Weber? Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson? Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Pfluger? Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger? Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller-Meeks? Mrs. Kamick? Mr. Obernolte? Mr. James? Mr. Bentz? Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry? Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane? Mr. Kane votes aye. Mr. Rulli? Mr. Rulli votes aye. Mr. Evans? Mr. Goldman? Mrs. Fedorchak? Mr. Pallone? Aye. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Mr. Gett? Ms. Schakowsky? Aye. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui? Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor? Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark? Mr. Ruiz? Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell? Mr. Veazey? Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly? Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Bardagan? Ms. Bardagan votes aye. Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan? Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher? Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mr. Ocasio-Cortez? Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss? Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana?
Aye.
Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman? Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan? Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie? Chairman Guthrie votes aye. Are there other members wishing to be recognized? Gentleman from Florida? Mr. Bilirakis is not recorded. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Gentleman from North Carolina? Mr. Hudson Gentleman votes from aye. Georgia?
Mr. Carter votes aye.
Gentleman from Texas? Gentleman from
Mr.
New
Weber
Jer- I'm
votes
sorry,
aye.
From Pennsylvania?
Mr. Joyce votes
Gentleman from
aye.
Idaho?
Mr. Fulcher votes aye.
Gentlelady from New York?
Ms. Clark votes aye.
Gentleman from California?
Mr. Ruiz votes aye.
Gentlelady from Michigan?
Mrs. Dingell votes aye.
I'm sorry, gentleman from Texas?
Mr. Goldman votes aye.
And the gentleman from Michigan? I'm sorry. I see some James, I'm sorry. Gentleman from New Jersey? Okay, gentleman from California?
Mr. Obernolte votes aye.
Is the, recorded, thank you. Are there any other members wishing to record their vote? You got everybody? You got everybody? Is Mr. Kane recorded?
Yeah, Mr. Kane is recorded as aye.
Thank you very much. Oh, and the gentleman from Alabama?
Mr. Palmer is not recorded. Mr. Palmer votes aye.
Any other members wishing to record their vote? Hearing none, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 44 ayes and 0 noes.
Thank you very much. The ayes have it. The bill is adopted. The chair calls up HR 6529 and asks the clerk to report.
Committee print of H.R. 6529, a bill to require the Federal Energy Regulatory
Without objection,
Commission.
the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek recognition on the bill? For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio's First District seek recognition?
To speak on the bill.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Protecting Families from AI Data Centers Energy Costs Act would require FERC to hold a technical conference to bring all stakeholders together and produce for us detailed recommendations, best practices to ensure that ratepayers are protected, that there isn't a single dime that they are charged in terms of the data centers' usage of electricity. So there, I think, needs to be a lot of work here in terms of these state regulatory entities and holding and protecting these communities, ratepayers. But FERC ultimately has to step up too. I'm of the opinion that we need a national framework, and this gets us to the kind of federal leadership that I think most communities are looking for. This focuses on costs. There's been a lot of discussion about the environmental impact. Obviously, that needs to be taken into account, and part of this, I think the NDAs have to go. But this is a common sense approach, and I appreciate Mr. Griffith for jumping on board. And hopefully my colleagues will support it. Again, the bill just requires FERC to bring all of the key folks together and produce for us detailed recommendations, best practices to ensure that rising energy costs from data centers aren't passed on to our communities or ratepayers. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. What person, gentleman from Virginia's 9th District, seek recognition?
Speaking on the measure.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm proud to be the Republican co-lead on this timely bill of Mr. Landsman's. The bill directs the convening of a comprehensive technical conference at the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission on ensuring that large loads like data centers pay their fair share to connect to the electric grid. The bill reinforces the principle that data centers, not household ratepayers, I always refer to them on the stump as ma and pa farmer, because agriculture is a big deal in my district. The farmers and the average household ratepayers do not need to pay for new transmission lines and substations as they sign up to connect to the grid, as the data centers sign up to connect to the grid and begin ramping up power use. FERC and state utility commissioners are already beginning the work of creating parameters on electric rate arrangements for large loads. As FERC begins its proceedings to examine current transmission rules in light of more large loads connecting to the electric grid under the Federal Power Act, it is imperative that the commissioners keep household ratepayers top of their mind. Just like any other businesses, data centers should be able to connect to the electric grid. However, the scale of this electric demand over the past few years has called into question long-time electric rate structures and rules on how the cost of electric infrastructure should be charged to the ratepayers. This bill is about giving all interested parties, including state regulators and consumers, a seat at the table as federal regulators sort out the best way to make sure power costs are carefully distributed under the Federal Power Act, again, as Mr. Landsman said, to protect the ratepayer, the average householder. I believe that this legislation will provide valuable direction to FERC on their deliberations on this issue and will help elevate the questions and concerns that I hear regularly from my constituents, and I'm sure many of you all are as well, on what data centers might mean for their electric bills. In addition to informing FERC's proceedings, I believe that the report required by this bill and the report to this committee will be useful for informing Congress's work on the issue as we go forward. I am glad to be the Republican co-lead on Congressman Landsman's bill, and I urge all of my colleagues to vote in favor of reporting this bill. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the bill? Seeing none, the question now occurs on adopting H.R. 6529. No amendment. A roll call has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller Meeks. Mrs. Kamick. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. James. Mr. Bentz. Mrs. Houchin. Mr. Fry. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes aye. Mr. Rulli. Mr. Rulli votes aye. Mr. Evans. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Mr. Gett. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz? Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell? Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Veazey? Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly? Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Bardagan? Ms. Bardagan votes aye. Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan? Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher? Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez? Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss? Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana? Mr. Carter of Louisiana? Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman? Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan? Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie?
Aye.
Chairman Guthrie votes aye.
All right, Bilirakis.
Mr. Bilirakis is not recorded. Mr.
Carter,
Bilirakis
Georgia.
votes aye. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes aye.
Mr. Palmer.
Mr. Palmer is not recorded. Mr. Palmer votes aye.
Mr. Langworthy.
Mr. Langworthy votes aye.
Mr. James.
Mr. James votes aye.
Ms. Kamick.
Mrs. Kamick is not recorded. Mrs. Kamick votes aye.
Mr. Pfluger.
Mr. Pfluger votes aye.
You're good on your side? Okay. Anyone else seeking recognition to answer the roll? Seeing none, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 44 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. The chair calls up H.R. 9617 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 9617, a bill to amend the Solid Waste Disposal Act to direct the
Without
administration.
objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? If what person, gentleman from Alabama, seek to be recognized?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to speak in support of my bill.
You are recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Coordinating Harvesting America's Recovery of Minerals, or CHARM Act, as I discussed yesterday, China's made a calculated, concerted effort to control the supply chains of important materials and have already demonstrated their willingness to exploit our vulnerabilities. This problem is too grave to ignore, and solving it requires us to leverage the expertise of all of our federal agencies and necessitates coordinated action across agencies. Throughout this Congress, the Subcommittee on Environment has explored opportunities to recover valuable minerals from legacy mine sites, coal combustion residuals, electronics waste, and lithium-ion batteries. We have a wealth of non-traditional critical mineral sources already within our borders. But we need to implement an intentional strategy to take advantage of these sources and to identify and remove unnecessary regulatory barriers that stifle innovation and deter investment. The United States has already demonstrated its ability to scale up efforts to recover valuable materials. For example, highlighted by the International Energy Agency in a 2024 report, aluminum supply shortages associated with World War II drove increased attention to organized aluminum recycling efforts. In 2024, the United States had a significantly higher share of secondary aluminum supply as a percentage of its total supply than other advanced economies. To further these efforts, this legislation directs the Environmental Protection Agency, in consultation with other federal agencies, to develop and carry out a national critical mineral recovery strategy. This legislation directs EPA to identify programs both within that agency and within others that relate to critical mineral recovery. In formulating this strategy, EPA will identify barriers to recovering critical minerals from discarded materials, identify discarded materials that could serve as sources of recovered critical minerals, and evaluate the role of recovered critical minerals in strengthening our domestic supply chains. I want to thank my Democratic colleague, my friend Mr. Tonko, the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Environment, for joining me in leading this legislation. I'm proud of the bipartisan work we've done so far this Congress, and this bill is a great example. I encourage my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there discussion on the bill? The gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized to speak on the bill.
Last week, the CHARM Act was advanced by the Environment Subcommittee. I thank and reiterate my gratitude to Chair Palmer for leading us on this bill. Appreciate his work and the bipartisan spirit that we both lent to this bill. The CHARM Act would direct EPA to develop a national strategy to support critical mineral recovery. There are significant amounts of discarded materials that have potential to be transformed into valuable sources of domestic critical minerals. But those materials often require collection, recycling, and perhaps reprocessing. And for a wide variety of reasons, these materials are often ending up in landfills rather than being reused. EPA is in a great position to examine these potential reasons and determine where regulatory, technological, and economic barriers exist. It is my hope that this strategy will build upon EPA's existing efforts to develop a framework for end-of-life management of batteries to result in the responsible collection, the reuse, and recycling of these mineral-rich technologies. I do think we can all agree that our critical mineral supply chain challenges are significant, and I'm glad to see a bipartisan embrace of the role material recovery can play in meeting our demands. So I thank the majority and minority staff for working together on this bill, and I encourage members to support it. And with that, Mr. Chair, I thank you and yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the bill? The gentleman from Florida? The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Chairman. We heard these bipartisan bills in our subcommittee just a week or so ago. Critical minerals are in just about everything these days. Cell phones, computers, EVs, hybrids, solar panels, electronics, and more. Mining is one way to get them. Imports is another, but that's becoming increasingly difficult, especially with our rival China making a lot of processing a lot of those critical minerals. And so recycling has to be part of the equation. Landfills, coal ash, other waste, all rich in critical minerals. It's essential that we protect public health first and foremost. Local communities need to have a big part of this as well. Using these minerals only once, though, would be a waste. And so the CHARM Act and the EMRTAI are both important progress. One would develop a national critical mineral recovery strategy, and the other improves technology to extract and recycle these critical minerals. So I encourage my colleagues to vote for this important piece of legislation, and let's make sure we're improving our ability to produce and recycle critical minerals at home.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the bill? Seeing none, the question occurs on adopting H.R. 9617. A roll call has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger? Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger? Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller Meeks? Mrs. Miller Meeks votes aye. Mrs. Kamick? Mrs. Kamick votes aye. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. James? Mr. Benz? Mrs. Houchin? Mr. Fry? Ms. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry? Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane? Mr. Kane votes aye. Mr. Rulli? Mr. Rulli votes aye. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman? Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mrs. Fedorchak? Mr. Pallone? Mr. Pallone votes aye. Mr. Gett? Ms. Schakowsky? Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui? Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor? Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark? Mr. Ruiz? Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell? Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Veazey? Ms. Kelly? Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Bardagon? Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Bardagon? Ms. Bardagon votes aye. Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto votes aye. Mrs. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes aye. Mrs. Trahan? Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher? Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez? Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss? Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana? Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman? Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan? Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie? Chairman Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Ms. Clark is not recorded. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 47 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Chair calls up H.R. 9616 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 9616, a bill to
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I do in fact speak in support of my bill, H.R. 9616, the Environmental Monitoring and Remediation Technology Assessment Initiative, or EMRTAI Authorization Act of 2026. Critical materials are essential to some of the most important technologies and products in the communications, energy, defense, and transportation sectors. However, their supply chains are vulnerable to disruption, and we rely on other nations, including adversaries such as China, for many of these. China is currently responsible for over 70% of global rare earth metal production and refines up to 87% of the world's supply of critical minerals. Unless we develop more domestic sources for critical materials, we will remain at the mercy of our enemies. Fortunately, cutting-edge technologies are emerging to identify and take advantage of unconventional sources of critical minerals right here at home. In my home state of Texas, researchers and companies
are exploring ways to recover lithium and other critical minerals from produced water generated during oil and gas production. The Permian Basin alone generates millions of barrels of produced water every day, one of the largest produced water streams in the world, and the sheer volume of that water presents challenges, but also creates an opportunity to recover valuable critical minerals from a resource that has historically been treated as a waste stream. There are thousands of contaminated sites across the United States, including over 1,300 of the EPA's national priority list of the country's most contaminated sites. Additionally, on federal lands alone, the federal government has spent over $100 million remediating contamination from abandoned hard rock mine sites. However, while these sites are a threat to health and to the environment, they can also be potential sources of critical materials. The EMRTAI Authorization Act of 2026 directs EPA to stand up a program to support methods to identify and recover critical materials at these sites, contributing to the development of new domestic sources and encouraging the remediation of these sites. EPA already has experience funding such projects. Addressing our supply chain vulnerability is a daunting challenge, but creative solutions that leverage technological innovation play a major role in solving it. I'm grateful that we could work across the aisle to advance this legislation, and I specifically thank my colleague from Ohio, Representative Landsman, for joining me and leading this endeavor. I encourage my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from, is there anyone seeking recognition to speak on the bill? Gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As Mr. Pfluger said, the bill would stand up a grant program to identify and recover critical minerals at contaminated sites. There are countless abandoned mines, Superfund, and other industrial sites across the country. And while we clean them up through public funds, we can also help to replenish our domestic supply of critical minerals for clean and cheap renewable energy. This program would give a critical lifeline to entities that are working on new and innovative technologies to extract critical minerals from contaminated sites. It will help them to advance their technologies while getting both critical minerals and contamination out of these sites. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the bill? Seeing none, the question now occurs on adopting H.R. 9616. A roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Weber.
That's discipline.
Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller-Meeks. Mrs. Miller-Meeks votes aye. Mrs. Kamick. Mrs. Kamick votes aye. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Bentz. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes aye. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes aye. Mr. Evans. Mr. Goldman. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Mr. Gatt. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell. Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Budigan. Ms. Bardagan votes aye. Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan? Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher? Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez? Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss? Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana? Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman? Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan? Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie? Chairman Guthrie votes aye.
Mr. Latta?
Mr. Latta is not recorded. Mr. Latta votes aye.
Mr. Carter?
Mr. Carter votes aye.
Mr. Palmer?
Mr. Palmer is not recorded. Mr. Palmer votes aye.
Mr. Goldman?
Mr. Goldman votes aye.
Mr. Evans?
Mr. Evans votes aye.
Mr. Griffith?
Mr. Griffith votes aye.
Dr. Joyce?
Mr. Joyce votes aye.
On the Democrat side, anyone seeking recognition? Seeing no one else seeking recognition to answer the roll call, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 48 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. The chair calls up H.R. 9393 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 9393, a bill to promote price transparency in the
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? On the bill? So the gentleman from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the Combating Illicit Xylazine Act legislation that I'm proud to co-lead along with my colleagues, Representative Panetta, Pfluger, Pappas, Fitzgerald, and Ross. Xylazine is a veterinary sedative used to treat large animals. As you know, drug traffickers are increasingly mixing it with fentanyl and other illicit drugs, making an already dangerous drug supply even more deadly. This legislation places xylazine in Schedule 3, strengthens law enforcement's ability to track and combat its diversion into the illicit market, all while preserving access for veterinarians, farmers, ranchers, and others who rely on it for legitimate animal care. As drug traffickers continue to adapt and evolve, Congress must ensure that our lives, again, our laws and enforcement tools remain effective. So I urge my colleagues to support this particular bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. I know there are several people who want to speak on the bill. We're going to call up an Ains on the bill. Does anybody want to speak on the bill or wait till the amendment nature of a substitute? But I do have one amendment filed to the bill, even though we're going to pass an Ains. But so the gentleman from Georgia has an amendment filed to the bill.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report.
Amendment to H.R. 9393, offered by Mr. Carter of Georgia.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm proud to offer this amendment. The amendment features two key pieces of our legislation, the Doc Access Act, that are broadly supported on a bipartisan basis aimed to boost transparency in the vision benefits market and help lower costs for eye and vision care consumers. Right now, the vision benefits market is largely dominated by two vertically integrated vision benefit managers that provide vision insurance coverage to nearly 200 million Americans. These two VPMs, and notice I say VPMs, V as in vision, not P as in pharmacy, but it is very, very similar to a PBM. These two VPMs are not only the overwhelming provider of vision benefits in America, but they also manufacture and sell nearly all eyeglass frames and lenses on the market, nearly all of it made in China. Nearly all of it made in China.
They also own thousands of retail optical locations around the country. They own nearly all optical laboratories that produce finished prescription eyewear, and they are aggressively acquiring independent eye care practices nationwide at an astonishing pace. These two dominant VPMs have successfully consolidated the coverage market, and now they have their sights set on dominating every other aspect of vision care in America. Did y'all catch that, sights set on? Okay, just wanted to make sure. They use this market dominance. To keep prices high, to limit consumer choices, to dictate care, and to
Gentlemen,
force doctors.
let's just get the committee in order, so gentleman deserves to be heard. Gentleman's recognized.
They use this market dominance to keep prices high, to limit consumer choices, to dictate care, and to force doctors and patients to buy the products they make and use the services they own and operate. Our amendment aims to confront these abuses, and it is time for this committee to act. This amendment is focused on shining the light on and preventing VPMs from using their market power to steer patients toward affiliated providers and products. Right now, these VPMs force patients to use optical laboratories that are owned or under the direct control of their VPM. This amendment would prevent VPMs from mandating use of one or of their subsidiary businesses, their optical lab. Patients would still have the choice to use the VPM lab if that is what they wanted, but our amendment would also give them the freedom to choose another lab that worked best for them based on cost, quality, and convenience. Without this fix, patients will continue to face higher costs, inferior products and production, and unnecessarily long wait times for a finished pair of prescription eyeglasses. While we've been working on this issue for years, states like Georgia, New York, Kentucky, New Jersey, Illinois, Louisiana, Colorado, Texas, and dozens of others are passing tough new laws to address a wide range of VPM abuses. Congress has a responsibility to act as well, particularly because millions of Americans receive vision coverage through federally regulated plans that fall outside the reach of many state protections. Just a few weeks ago, the Government Accountability Office released a report requested by Chairman Guthrie that highlighted the extraordinary concentration that exists in the vision benefits marketplace and the challenges it poses for consumers, independent providers, and all of our communities. Consumer advocates and patient organizations are demanding reform. Groups such as Patients Rising and the National Consumers League have called for greater scrutiny of VPMs and stronger protections for patients, including those found in our amendment. Their message is clear. Patients and consumers deserve transparency, competition, choice, and greater affordability. We cannot continue to ignore one of the most concentrated and least transparent segments of the healthcare system. By pulling back the curtain on costly, controlling, and care-limiting VPM practices, we can help millions of Americans access more affordable vision care, preserve independent providers, and ensure that patients, not corporate middlemen, remain at the center of important healthcare decisions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to continuing to work with you and my colleagues on both sides of this aisle to advance meaningful VPM reforms. And I yield back.
Gentlemen, would yield before you
I'll
yield back?
yield.
So we're dedicated to working. The bill that you have before us, I know we're waiting for a CBO score. We're on technical assistance. And I broke my glasses on July the 2nd. I could see my optometrist within 24 hours. Took me till yesterday to get, and these are the only ones they had, so if you like my glasses or not, that was my option. So it was frustrating to go a couple of weeks before you could get something fixed. So I see your point, and we're gonna figure out a path forward. But we do need the score, and we do need technical assistance, so I appreciate.
Understanding that, Mr. Chairman, I thank you for your cooperation and for your commitment to make sure that we do address this before the end of this session, and I'll withdraw this amendment.
Thank you. I appreciate the gentleman withdrawing the amendment. Without objection, the amendment is withdrawn. I have an amendment at the desk. It's a amendment in the nature of a substitute. Are we going to speak on you want to speak on his amendment? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. We withdrew it, but I'll go ahead. So the gentlelady's recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the withdrawn amendment.
I appreciate that.
Okay, we'll be deferential to you.
I appreciate the gentleman for extending himself. Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Guthrie and Ranking Member Pallone thank you both for bringing forth H.R. 9393, the Lower Cost, Lower Transparency Act, to address transparency within healthcare. I'm pleased to support my colleague and offer this amendment alongside him, Congressman Buddy Carter, to address an issue that has affected Americans for far too long. The healthcare marketplace has experienced significant consolidation and vertical integration, reducing transparency and limiting patient choice, particularly for those seeking vision care. Today, the vision insurance market is one of the most consolidated in the country, with just 2 national vision benefit managers, VBMs, covering more than 80% of Americans with vision benefits. This level of market concentration raises serious concerns about competition, accountability, and consumer protection. Americans deserve a vision care system where patients and families have the information and options they need to make informed decisions about their care. And that's why Congressman Buddy Carter and I introduced H.R. 1521, the Dental and Optometric Care, DOC Access Act. Bipartisan legislation that shines a light on an opaque business practices, increases transparency, protects patient choice, and helps curb anti-competitive behavior that harms consumers. By advancing this bipartisan legislation, which was withdrawn, we can help lower the cost and promote transparency within vision care and ensure that patients, not profits, come first. With that, I'm going to yield some time to my colleague, Congresswoman Castor of Florida.
Well, thank you, Rep. Clark. I wanted to speak in favor, and I hope, Mr. Chairman, we can see a way forward on the Carter-Clark amendment to address vision lab choice and evergreen contracts. These are 2 practices that have contributed to anti-competitive behavior in the vision insurance marketplace. For more than a decade, patients and providers and employers have sought meaningful reforms. And as a co-sponsor of the DOC Access Act, I think that the amendment before us is a narrowly tailored approach that would address longstanding concerns about consolidation, vertical integration, and patient choice in the vision benefits market. While I understand the amendment has been withdrawn and won't move forward today, I appreciate the committee's willingness to keep working on this and to pass necessary reforms in this space. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. To finish the gentlelady from Florida's pun, that we see a path forward. We will see a path forward. So, thank you. So, are there any further discussion on the amendment from the gentleman from Georgia? Seeing none, I have an amendment at the desk. Amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 9393, offered by Mr. Guthrie of Kentucky.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and I will recognize myself for 5 minutes in support of my amendment. So I offer my strong support for the amendment to H.R. 9393, the Lower Cost, More Transparency Act of 2026, which incorporates numerous bipartisan priorities of the members of this committee and for the underlying bill, and I urge all of my colleagues to support it. H.R. 9393 is the accumulation of many months of work by this committee to assess healthcare affordability challenges and identify opportunities to lower costs for American families. I was proud to introduce this legislation with my good friend, Ranking Member Pallone. In just the last 7 months, we have held hearings with the insurance CEOs, members of the drug supply chain, hospitals, and doctors. We've conducted critical oversight of waste, fraud, and abuse in the healthcare system, and we've assessed opportunities to enhance transparency for consumers. The AINS, which we are considering today, takes lessons from each of those hearings and creates a comprehensive healthcare package that will strengthen healthcare price transparency, hold insurers accountable to their patients, lower drug prices, and expand access to care. This bill improves price transparency across the healthcare system by codifying and building on the Trump administration's historic price transparency regulation and extends these requirements to lab tests and imaging services, as well as ambulatory surgical centers. This will give consumers and employers the tools they need to find the highest quality of care at the lowest price. This package will also hold insurers accountable by requiring insurers to publish their overhead costs and claims payments and information about how they employ prior authorization. This information will help consumers better shop for care and find the best plan for their family. This bill will lower drug prices by cutting unnecessary red tape that has allowed consumers, that has slowed consumer access to lower-cost alternatives for biosimilars and over-the-counter medications. This bill also expands access to care by ensuring that behavioral and mental health and substance use disorder services are available at community health centers, and by helping integrate evidence-based nutrition education and counseling into primary care delivery and workforce training at federally qualified health centers. Ultimately, this bill delivers on its title and serves the American people by lowering costs and driving increased transparency across the healthcare system. While there is more work to be done, as we continue our efforts to improve this bill through the legislative process, I am extremely proud of the bipartisan work that we've done here to make our healthcare system work better for patients across the country. That brings us all together on this committee, ensuring that our constituents has access to the best care at the best price. And with that, I strongly urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this amendment and the underlying bill. And I yield back, and I will recognize the gentleman from New Jersey for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's authorized to speak on the amendment.
The Lower Cost, More Transparency Act will improve transparency in our healthcare system, lower Americans' drug costs, and expand access to mental and behavioral health care at community health centers. And I'm proud of the work we've done together and the investments we're making in community health centers. Despite the fact that the hospital and transparency and coverage requirements went into effect over 5 years ago, some consumers still cannot obtain price information in advance. Too many patients are forced to wait until after they receive care and have the medical bill to fully understand how much they owe. And lack of transparency into healthcare prices makes it difficult for consumers to make informed decisions. It also makes it challenging for employers to negotiate more competitive prices. This bill strengthens and expands access to price information across the healthcare industry, including hospitals, laboratories, insurance companies, ambulatory surgical centers, and imaging providers. Greater transparency will empower both employers and consumers by helping them compare prices and achieve savings. I'm also pleased that the bill includes a proposal that will require hospitals to disclose ownership data. I thank the chairman for working together on this proposal. The bill will help increase transparency of hospital ownership and provide a greater insight into hospital consolidation. Additionally, I'm glad the bill includes several proposals to increase transparency in the Medicare Advantage program. Representative McClellan's bill will require MA insurance companies to report data on supplemental benefits and will provide important information to regulators and policymakers to help us conduct oversight and assess the program's performance. Several other policies will hold MA insurance companies accountable and increase transparency of the prior authorization process in the MA program. I'm concerned about MA plans' misuse of prior authorization requirements and the negative impacts that these practices have on patients assessing timely care, but this bill will ensure our seniors are receiving timely, medically necessary care without unwarranted barriers. I'm very pleased also that we've included language to expand access to mental and behavioral health care at community health centers. This bill includes dedicated funding to expand access to these services. With this investment, it's estimated that community health centers will be able to expand behavioral health services to about 150,000 more patients. And finally, our version, with the AINS, includes several important policies that will promote drug competition and lower drug prices for Americans. Specifically, the language would codify the FDA's approach to designating biosimilar drugs as interchangeable, and also allow for FDA to approve a biosimilar without additional clinical studies if current scientific evidence is already sufficient. These policies would reduce development time and cost to more quickly bring additional options to patients. The language would also implement important reforms for preventing gaming of citizen petitions by brand name drug companies. For years, I've fought for this policy to prevent companies from filing such petitions for the primary purpose of delaying generic drugs from coming to market, and I'm glad that we're including this common sense proposal here today as well. And finally, the language also establishes a designation process for FDA to more quickly review applications to safely bring certain drugs to market for over-the-counter use, which I hope will improve patient access to safe medications. So I strongly urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill as amended, and thank you again, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I know a lot of members have bills within this bill, and so we're going to have a lot of discussion. I appreciate that. I will go to the gentleman from Ohio for 5 minutes to speak on the bill, on the amendment.
Well, thank you much, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word in support of the AINS to H.R. 9393, which includes my legislation, the Non-Prescription Drug Innovation Act that I introduced with our colleague from Ohio's 1st District. Over-the-counter OTC medicines are one of the most effective tools we have to improve access to care. They provide safe, convenient, and lower-cost treatment options that Americans manage common health conditions with the time and expense of obtaining a prescription. This bipartisan piece of legislation will establish an expedited FDA review pathway for certain OTC drugs that address unmet health needs and encourage innovation in promising therapeutic areas where consumers currently have few or no non-prescription treatment options. This legislation also builds on the bipartisan reforms Congress enacted through the most recent reauthorization of the over-the-counter monograph user fee program, AMUFA, reforms that I was proud to lead. Those reforms strengthen FDA's review of non-prescription drugs and improve the agency's engagement with sponsors to support the development of new OTC products. The Non-Prescription Drug Innovation Act represents the next step. It creates a pathway to help bring innovative non-prescription therapies to patients more efficiently while preserving FDA's rigorous standards for safety and effectiveness. At a time when Americans continue to face rising healthcare costs, we should be looking for opportunities to expand access to safe, effective, and affordable treatment options. This legislation does exactly that. I urge my colleagues to support the AINS, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Colorado is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment or the bill in nature of a substitute.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for bringing this AINS up. The Lower Cost, More Transparency Act is legislation that we frankly have been working on as a committee to get signed into for laws. On the margin, price transparency helps consumers, but the system-wide transparency, which this bill takes a concrete step towards, will help payers, providers, policymakers, and researchers get a better handle on exactly how money flows in our too complex healthcare system and provides tools for us to bring down costs. I just have to highlight two major improvements to this legislation that are contained in the AINS. First, it includes my bill with Representative Joyce, the Medicare Advantage Cost Transparency Act, which will shine light on pricing practices for seniors on Medicare Advantage plans. Specifically, it will require MA plans to report their encounter data, cost sharing and pricing data, and critically, information on their use of in-home health assessments. A 2024 Inspector General report found that every year taxpayers fund billions of dollars in overpayments to MA companies based on unsupported diagnoses from home health assessments, which rarely result in the seniors receiving follow-up care. It also found that a fraction of MA plan sponsors drove 80% of those overpayments. This bill will help reveal any bad actors and the extent of their practices, as well as other information on pricing to give Congress a better picture of costs at MA. And I want to thank my friend Dr. Joyce for partnering with me on this issue. Second, this AINS incorporates portions of the ownership transparency amendment I offered in subcommittee. It requires hospitals and other healthcare providers to report information on their ownership structure, mergers, acquisitions, and consolidation, providing the federal government and consumers vital information. Because mounting evidence shows that consolidation and private equity investments in healthcare are major drivers of cost in the system, and in some cases, there are correlations with ownership structures and quality as well. Unfortunately, the language does not ensure the ultimate owners of a given provider entity will be revealed, only the immediate parent company rather than any companies that own the parent company. I don't understand why it's such a fight to get that information about the ultimate owners. I hear people say it's burdensome for hospitals to have to report on their ultimate parent company rather than their immediate parent company, but I got to tell you, I think that's ridiculous. You're telling me that a hospital
might not know who ultimately owns it. The only explanation is that some people are fighting very hard to obscure what's happening in the healthcare system. I know you'll all be shocked to hear that. If private equity and other owners are so good for providers and patients, they should be proud to say so. That they prefer secrecy speaks volumes. Thanks to the leadership of Representatives Schakowsky and Bilirakis on this issue, many of us voted for these provisions on a bipartisan basis last Congress. I think there's more we can do now, so I hope to see that the ownership transparency portions of the bill will be further strengthened before it passes the House, and I will look forward to working with you and the chairman of the Health Subcommittee to make this happen. And moving forward, I hope the bill will give Congress the information we need to curb monopolistic power and truly lower costs for patients. For those reasons, I urge everybody to support the AINS.
Will you yield?
I'd be happy to yield.
You're always good to work with, and you're working with Fred Upton, the previous chairman of this committee. It completely changed the way we do healthcare in this country by the Cures Act and brought treatments to the marketplace quicker during our last pandemic. It wouldn't have happened without your leadership.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Let's
And
do
I'll yield
some more
back to you.
before this Congress ends.
And you've already approached me. There's more to do in the next few weeks, all right?
Yep, there
Months
sure
together.
is.
I appreciate that very much. Thanks for your hard work. It really is a legacy. Thank you. Yield back to you and yield back to me. So now I'll recognize the gentleman from, anybody, all the way to, the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the AINS.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do wish to speak in support of this AINS, which, as Representative DeGette just pointed out, includes H.R. 9392, the Medicare Advantage Cost Transparency Act. And thank you, Congresswoman DeGette. Thank you for partnering on this important bipartisan legislation. And thank you for the leadership that you have shown this committee throughout your time here. This bill represents an important step in the right direction in improving encounter data submissions made by Medicare Advantage plans to ensure that they account for the total allowable cost for items and services and include the amount of cost sharing imposed on the beneficiary for such services. This higher level of transparency will help inform both the public and policymakers as we further evaluate the Medicare Advantage programs and with more objective data. Thank you, Chairman Guthrie and Chairman Griffith, for including this important piece of legislation as part of this broader transparency package. And I, along with Representative DeGette, encourage all of my colleagues to support the aims and support the underlying bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from California for 5 minutes to speak on the, are those votes? Okay, so votes were just called, and obviously we're not going to get through all of this, but let's do a couple more, and we're not going to have a vote before votes, so we'll reconvene 5 minutes after the last vote is called.
Okay.
And I think there's going to be a lot of discussion, so just know that, so we won't have any, for your time, we won't have any vote before, after votes. All right, gentlelady from California.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Pallone, for bringing this important legislation to us. I rise today to speak in support of the Lower Cost, More Transparency Act. This bill will expand nutrition, education, mental health, and substance use treatment services at community health centers. We know these expansions lead to more people getting the care they need. I've long championed greater access to mental health services in clinics within our community. I led the movement to expand participation in certified community behavioral health clinics, or CCBHCs, Medicaid demonstration program to any state that wanted to participate. We expanded the CCBHC demonstration model from 8 states in 2017 to 31 states today. And along with the expanded use of Medicaid demonstration models, we now have CCBHC programs in 46 states. This has been a huge increase in affordable mental health services directly into communities that need them the most. This legislation builds on that work. It continues the patterns of expanding mental health and substance use services into community health centers where millions of Americans already access their care. Every year, over 52 million Americans visit a health center, and 14% of patients receive their primary care at these clinics. For many patients, especially those in rural and underserved communities, health centers are the only place they can access any care.
This bill will help ensure that these patients can access the full scope of health care services directly in their communities. Additionally, this bill provides funding for community health centers to deliver nutrition education and chronic disease prevention workforce training for their clinics. Nutrition is a crucial piece of health care that is often forgotten inside the walls of a clinic. For diseases like diabetes and heart disease, two of the leading causes of death in the United States, adhering to a healthy diet can help control or, in some cases, reverse disease progression. Proper diet and exercise can also help prevent the development of some chronic diseases, resulting in longer and healthier lives. If we want health centers to provide high-level nutrition education and training for the workforce, we must provide the funding for them to do so. In the wake of the devastating cuts from H.R. 1, health centers are already stretched to continue to provide standard health care services. Knowing that, I'm happy to see that this bill includes $125 million in funding per year to implement these new services and to train the health center workforce. Additionally, this bill authorizes $250 million per year for expanding mental health and substance use treatment. If we want health centers to provide high-level care, we must ensure they have the proper funding to do so. I commend my colleagues for bringing forward this legislation and for a continued push for increased access to care for all Americans. I strongly support this legislation and the underlying aims and will work with my colleagues to ensure that adequate funding is appropriate yearly to continue to support community health centers, mental health and substance use services, and nutrition education for all communities. And with that, I yield the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back, and we'll do one more speaker, so everybody didn't have to get up and leave in the middle of a speaker. So we'll have one more speaker, and then we'll recess for vote. So Mr. Pfluger's next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll make it quick, but this is exactly the kind of common sense bipartisan work the committee should be doing, so very proud to join in on this. I have two bills to talk about. The first is the Premium Transparency Act that I'm leading with Representative Moran. Americans deserve to know where their health insurance dollars are actually going. Insurers are required to spend at least 80 to 85 cents of every premium dollar on patient care, but right now that information is buried in regulatory filings that almost nobody ever sees. This bill brings it out into the open in plain language that any patient, any family, any person, any employer can understand. When Americans have that information at hand, they can start demanding real value for their healthcare dollar, and that's where the market starts working for patients instead of against them. President Trump's Great American Healthcare Plan puts patients first, and this bill helps codify that promise. Transparency is only half the equation, however, and the other is making sure that bureaucratic red tape does not stand in the way of Americans accessing lower-cost options. That's what the Biosimilar Red Tape Elimination Act does for prescription drugs, legislation that I'm proud to lead alongside my colleague, Representative Greg Landsman. Expensive biologic medications make up just 5% of prescriptions in the U.S., but 51% of drug spending. Biosimilars are the safe, effective, lower-cost alternatives, and since entering the market in 2015, they've already saved patients more than $56 billion. But federal law has not caught up to the science, and current law maintains an outdated statutory distinction between biosimilar and interchangeable similar products that is not based on any clinical or scientific difference. That unnecessary distinction is exactly what keeps Americans from accessing a less expensive version of their drugs and medicine. The FDA in both the Biden and the Trump administrations has repeatedly affirmed that there is no meaningful difference in safety or efficacy between the two categories, with the Trump administration making strides to accelerate biosimilar development. However, they need Congress to finish the job. The Biosimilar Red Tape Elimination Act offers a straightforward, science-based fix. The bill would deem all FDA-approved biosimilars interchangeable with their reference products. By aligning federal law with the FDA's scientific recommendation, the legislation will reduce regulatory red tape, strengthen biosimilar competition, and deliver lower prices. Mr. Chairman, thanks for having this markup, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and so I'll come back as soon as the last vote's call. I'll come straight back, and we can get more discussion started. Democrat will be up next, and we will recess until call of the chair, hopefully 5 minutes after the last vote. As soon as they're ready, we'll. Here he comes. All right, the committee will come back to order. Thanks, everybody, for prompt returning. We're speaking on the lower cost, more transparency bill and on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. And it was time for the other side. The gentlelady from Massachusetts, or gentleman, I can start with the gentleman from Massachusetts if you like. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill. Speak on the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to talk about the two biosimilar bills that we have in this AINS, the Biosimilar Red Tape Elimination Act and the Expedited Access to Biosimilars Act. These are just two big bipartisan wins for innovation and affordability. They are meeting the moment when it comes to just the really staggering amount of invoice spend in this country on biologics that could have a competitor on the market but do not. Something like $100 billion. And both of them are pro-competitive ways of getting more biosimilars to market faster. And it really underscores to me that competition is always the best way to lower drug prices and to reduce costs in the healthcare system. And as a committee, we should be working on more bipartisan drug pricing proposals that expedite competition, strengthen competition, like these two biosimilar bills. And there's 2 or 3 other, I think, complementary measures that I would hope this committee would consider as well that would induce more competition in the biosimilars market. One of them would be the sequel to the PBM reform that we did at the beginning of this term, which is 1, fiduciary status for pharmacy benefit managers under ERISA, and 2 is really cracking down on PBM's use of white labeling and rebates to keep biosimilars off market. We're seeing really anti-competitive practices that are, 1, a violation of a fiduciary status by a PBM to their employer when they're keeping that employer paying more for biologics when there could be a biosim on the market, but they're using rebates to keep that biosim off the market. And so those 2 bills are complementary. Those 2 policies are complementary. 1, tell the PBMs, you got to do what's in the best interest of your plan sponsor and employees. And 2, you can't use rebates to try to keep competitors off the market. So I would encourage the committee to be considering those 2 proposals for biosimilars as well. And I think we should also be looking at whether there are improvements we can make within Part B so that as biologics come up for consideration for price negotiation under the Medicare Drug Price Negotiation Program, that potential competition from biosimilars is allowed to flower before that price negotiation sets in. Because again, the best way to lower prices and deliver the highest quality product to people is competition, and we want to allow that biosims market to be able to compete, including with biologics that are coming up on their price negotiation period. I think that's it for me, Chair. I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the bill? The gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized to speak on the amendment.
I want to thank Chairman Guthrie for including my bill, H.R. 9661, the Expedited Access to Biosimilars Act, in today's amendment in the nature of a substitute. I'd also like to thank my colleague, Representative Kim Schreier, for partnering with me on this common sense bipartisan legislation. No matter where we go in our districts, we hear the same thing: prescription drugs simply cost too much. That's especially true for patients who rely on biologic medicines to treat cancer and other serious chronic illnesses. These medicines have changed countless lives, but they're also some of the most expensive prescriptions on the market. And that's where biosimilars can make a real difference. They offer patients a lower cost alternative to many of those treatments. And as more patients rely on these medicines, making sure those low-cost options reach the market without unnecessary delays becomes even more important. Today, biosimilars typically cost 15 to 35% less than comparable brand-name biologics. In one recent study, patients using biosimilars paid about $200 less out of pocket, on average, than patients using the reference biologic. It's real money for families already juggling doctor's appointments, treatments, and everything else that comes with a serious illness. Now, unfortunately, patients don't always get access to those savings as quickly as they should because regulatory delays can slow that process. Every unnecessary delay is another day patients are forced to wait for more affordable treatment options. That's exactly what this legislation is designed to fix. The Expedited Access to Biosimilars Act, it cuts regulatory red tape while preserving the FDA's authority to require additional studies whenever the science actually supports doing so. If additional studies are necessary, the FDA can require them. But if they aren't, patients shouldn't have to wait longer or pay more because of unnecessary bureaucracy. This is a common sense reform that helps get safe, lower cost medicines to patients faster without cutting corners on the science. It lowers prescription drug costs, it expands patient choice, and it ensures red tape doesn't stand in the way of treatment. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment in the nature of a substitute, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? The gentlelady from Washington is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also move to strike the last word. Thank you. I wanted to just take a moment to talk about two of the excellent bills in this package, the Prior Authorization Accountability Act and the Expedited Access to Biosimilars Act. I hear from constituents all the time about how fed up they are with their health insurance company. They pay a lot of money for peace of mind and for real coverage, and then their insurance company delays or denies care due to really abusive prior authorization tactics. That's why I am a proud co-sponsor of the Prior Authorization Accountability Act, which is included in this AINS. This bill requires commercial health plans to make information regarding their prior authorization requirements public, like what services are being pre-authed and how frequently they're denying care, how many of those denials are appealed, and then how many of those denials are ultimately approved. Patients deserve this information so they know what they're signing themselves up for. And lawmakers need this insight so that we can prevent this abuse in the system. For example, if plans have high prior authorization approval rates, are they necessary in the first place? Or is the insurance plan just creating more red tape for patients to jump through? If lots of studies or procedures are denied and then they're ultimately approved after appeals, then why weren't they approved in the first place? These are really important questions that have to be answered so that patients can get better, more timely care, and so we can cut red tape, bring down costs, and help our healthcare system really take care of people's health. And it's the first step toward more substantive prior authorization reform that benefits patients, not large insurance companies trying to pad their own pockets. I encourage my colleagues to vote yes on the underlying AINS, and I want to talk about one other bill, about the expedited biosimilars. With regard to biosimilars, two things can be true. Innovation is critical to the American economy, and every American should be able to afford their medications. And one way that our current system balances these two ideals is with generics and with biosimilars, which are drugs that come to the market after patents have expired and are essentially identical to their name brand counterparts. Generics and biosimilars increase competition in the market, providing more options and lowering costs for patients. That's why last week I introduced with Mr. Langworthy the Expedited Access to Biosimilars Act, which makes it easier for these low-cost drugs to come to market. And I'm really grateful for that bipartisanship and partnership. For patients with chronic conditions like autoimmune diseases or diabetes or cancer, there are biosimilars on the market that cost significantly less than their name brand biologic counterparts. My bill streamlines the approval process for biosimilars by eliminating requirements for unnecessary and duplicative clinical studies while still maintaining FDA's authority to require additional studies if and when they're really needed. This is an important step toward lowering costs for patients, and I encourage all of my colleagues to vote yes on the underlying aims. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there any further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute on the Republicans? I see none. The gentlelady from Massachusetts is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm glad that this legislation is finally moving forward, and I'm especially pleased to see that the ownership transparency bill was included in the AINS. This is a common sense, long overdue reform, and I'm grateful to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for getting us here. As I've raised in this committee time after time over the years, it's long past due that we shine a light on private equity's role in our healthcare system. Steward Healthcare's collapse should have been the warning bell. After buying up distressed community hospitals in Massachusetts, Steward's opaque ownership structure let its owners get away with shocking financial management and patient neglect, all while they turned a massive profit. Communities in the state that I represent are still reeling. 2 hospitals closed outright. A third was forced to shutter essential services. In one of those closures, Neshoba Valley Medical Center left a gap in emergency care that we're still working to fill. And I'm not the only member of this committee with stories like this. Steward ravaged hospitals in Texas. Prospect ran hospitals into the ground in Rhode Island and Connecticut. Pipeline did the same in Chicago. Nursing homes across the country have been pillaged too. These repeated disasters have left patients, families, and entire communities devastated in their wake. Meanwhile, private equity keeps gobbling up distressed providers. In fact, over the past decade, PE firms have spent more than $1 trillion buying up healthcare businesses. And in 2025, they were involved in nearly half of the largest healthcare bankruptcies in the country. Yet up until now, nothing had been done here in Congress to stop it from happening again. But today, we're finally stepping up and increasing transparency into who actually owns our healthcare facilities. This provision isn't new. This committee already voted for this exact language last Congress as part of our bipartisan negotiated health transparency package. And this time, I hope we can all commit to getting it done. We know what the evidence shows, we know what happened to communities like mine, and we know what is bound to happen to other communities if we fail to get this done. So let's get this common sense policy across the finish line. I want to thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thanks.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the bill? Seeing no discussion on the bill on the Republican side, so the gentleman from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Chairman. We need more price transparency in healthcare for hospitals, clinics, surgical centers, labs, and imaging. Patients deserve no less. We have great hospitals, great healthcare institutions in Central Florida. Yet I've still heard this story countless times. Patients going in for emergency procedures or other types of medical procedures and have no idea what it will cost. Some will be covered by health insurance. And we passed the No Surprises Law just a few years ago to make sure that those with health insurance don't get caught in the middle of disputes between health insurance companies and health providers. And we need more work on that new law. And some of the costs will be out-of-pocket expenses. This is where patients need to know exactly what they're getting into and know what they're going to be paying for. But also, it's especially acute with those without insurance because they'll be paying all of this out of pocket. And it is an important time to remind ourselves that 2 million Floridians have lost their health insurance over this past year because of ACA and Medicaid cuts, including 150,000 in our district. And so price transparency is very important. This committee must also address this healthcare crisis to lower healthcare costs for Floridians and folks across the nation. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Are there any speakers on the amendment nature substitute on the Republican side? Seeing none, any further speakers on the Democrat side? Gentlelady from Michigan is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We continue to hear from our constituents and communities across the country that the price of health care is just too high, putting important and often life-saving care out of reach. Patients are already navigating a complicated healthcare system and paying ridiculously expensive bills that often don't reflect the level of the care they receive. Total healthcare spending and insurance premiums continue to rise, putting families in the impossible decision to either get the care they need or put food on the table. As we continue working to lower costs, it's critical that price transparency remain at the forefront. Price transparency empowers patients to make informed decisions. When patients can see prices before receiving care, they're better equipped to compare options, plan for expenses, and avoid unexpected medical bills. Patients deserve the same access to pricing information that they expect in nearly every sector of the economy. No patient should avoid going to the doctor or seeking medical care because they fear being stuck with an outrageous bill they never saw coming. They deserve to know the cost of care before they receive it, not weeks later when the bill arrives in the mail. Transparency does something even more important. It promotes competition. When hospitals, insurance, pharmacy benefit managers, and other healthcare entities are required to disclose prices, the market works. It works effectively to drive down costs and improve the value for patients. But transparency, as my other colleagues have discussed alone, is not enough if the marketplace itself is becoming less competitive. We're seeing major corporations buy up different parts of the healthcare supply chain, such as insurers acquiring physician practices, pharmacy benefit managers owning the pharmacies, and large systems consolidating hospitals and providers. This growing vertical integration allows companies to consolidate power, game the system, inflate costs, and too often prioritize profits over patients. It's harming patients, taxpayers, and independent doctors and pharmacists who can't compete with conglomerates. So if we truly want transparency to work, we must also ensure there is meaningful competition in the healthcare marketplace. In this sense, we're also taking an important step towards addressing the growing concern surrounding the use of prior authorization requirements in Medicare Advantage plans by adding the Improving Seniors Timely Access to Care Act. Too often, these bureaucratic requirements create unnecessary delays, administrative burdens, and most importantly, barriers to treatment for seniors who need timely access to important medical care. More than 33 million Americans are enrolled in Medicare Advantage plans, including more than 650,000 seniors in Michigan. The Improving Seniors Timely Access to Care Act would modernize and streamline the prior authorization system by requiring Medicare Advantage plans to establish an electronic prior authorization process. We're increasing transparency by requiring Medicare Advantage plans to report information about their use of prior authorizations, including the rate of approvals, or more importantly, denials. We'll also be taking another important step, changing that by ensuring community health centers are equipped to provide behavioral health, mental health, and substance use disorder services as part of the comprehensive care by adding the Expanding Community Access to Health Services Act in this package. For many individuals, community health centers are the only places that they can receive affordable primary care close to home. But too often, mental health care and substance use disorder treatment remain difficult to access, fragment, or simply unavailable. Recent studies found that the need for behavioral health center care has increased in recent years, while providers continue to face staffing shortages and burnout. At a time when communities are grappling with rising mental health needs, substance abuse challenges, and barriers to care, we need to be strengthening these community health centers that patients already trust and rely on. I urge my colleagues to support the policies that expand healthcare price transparency, expand access to care, strengthen competition, and make healthcare more affordable for Americans. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Are there any speakers on the amendment on the Republican side? Seeing none on the Democrat side. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank you and the ranking member, everyone that you put a ton of work into this bill, the Lower Cost, More Transparency Act. I want to lift up 3 aspects of the bill, and again, thank you for including these. One is the Biosimilar Red Tape Elimination Act that would simplify the FDA's approval process and provide life-saving medications at a lower cost for patients. The second is language that requires the FDA to take steps to speed up the process to bring over-the-counter drugs to market. And then finally, we have language in this bill that will require executives of health insurance plans, hospitals, laboratories, imaging services, and ambulatory surgical centers to attest that all of the pricing information they publish is complete and accurate. We have pushed for transparency before, and sometimes these providers will provide that transparency in a really complicated, convoluted way. It's Excel spreadsheets. It doesn't really work for patients. And so this would require the CEOs of these providers to be accountable for what they publish. Even when price data, as I mentioned, is available, it's often buried in thousands and thousands of pages of Excel sheets that are missing key details, impossible for patients to navigate. We must hold healthcare executives accountable to the price transparency information that they publish. And our amendment, which is now in the bill, ensures that the burden of the transparency is on the executives of these organizations. The accountability for healthcare prices belongs at the top. This will ensure healthcare entities provide clear, reliable information that patients can actually use to make informed decisions. Thank you for your work on this, for including this important language, and I yield back.
Yields back. Are there further speakers on the bill on the Republican side? Seeing none. The gentlelady from Virginia is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank you and Ranking Member Pallone for your work on this important bill, the Lower Cost, More Transparency Act, and thank you for including my bill to increase data transparency for supplemental benefits under Medicare Advantage. Every fall, millions of seniors sit at their kitchen table and flip through a stack of Medicare Advantage brochures, each one promising different supplemental benefits. In Virginia alone, seniors can choose from 143 Medicare Advantage plans. These plans are sold with promises of benefits ranging from dental, vision, and hearing to even gym membership and grocery cards. But we can't tell our seniors how much of that promise has actually been delivered to them and at what cost. In 2025, MedPAC found that Medicare paid MA plans nearly $86 billion in rebates to fund these supplemental benefits, yet the agency had no reliable data on how many seniors actually use them or their real value. Seniors are making enrollment decisions based on these supplemental benefits with no certainty whether the plan that looks best on paper will actually deliver what they need when they need it the most. At the same time, Medicare Advantage beneficiaries, who now make up more than half of all Medicare beneficiaries, are navigating rising costs and a mountain of prior authorizations, putting prescriptions and treatments out of reach. Seniors need adequate information about benefits, not more obstacles to receiving the care they need. And my bill, which is now included in this one, would require MA plans to disclose exactly which supplemental benefits are offered, how seniors are utilizing them, and how much they cost. With greater transparency around Medicare Advantage supplemental benefits, seniors will be better equipped to make medical decisions amid the ongoing affordability crisis. If Medicare Advantage is going to remain the choice for more than half of America's seniors, Congress and CMS need real data to ensure that the program delivers on its promises. I'm also happy to see the committee move bipartisan legislation, the H.R. 3514, the Improving Seniors Timely Access to Care Act, through this aims. Prior authorization, which requires health plans to approve a service before the provider could even deliver it, poses a significant barrier to timely care, particularly to women of all ages. In my district, I hear from young women who wait weeks for cervical cancer screenings to be approved, mothers who are denied hypertension medication mid-pregnancy, and older women who are denied osteoporosis treatment until after a preventable fracture. I hear the same frustration from providers in hospitals who watch a 15-minute prior authorization request balloon into hours of paperwork, phone calls, and appeals. Medicare Advantage, a type of Medicare plan that contracts with the private insurers to deliver care, is responsible for an overwhelming majority of prior authorization requests, with nearly 53 million in 2024, compared to just 600,000 in traditional Medicare. The Improving Seniors Timely Access to Care portion of this bill will require these plans to adopt standardized electronic prior authorization systems to expedite the processing of these requests so that providers can focus where they need to, on patients, not paperwork. And while the bill modernizes the prior authorization process for Medicare Advantage plans specifically, this is only the start, because women deserve the same efficiency no matter where they get their health care coverage and no matter how old they are. So I'm proud to co-sponsor that portion of the bill as well, and I look forward to working with the committee on getting the full bill through the floor. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Seeing no discussion, are there any amendments to the amendment? Are there any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, no amendments to the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have a minute at the desk.
Gentleman is recognized. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 9393, offered by Mr. James.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate your efforts here and your leadership, but still at this point, this bill is missing one of the most important parts, the part where patients get to see in advance how much they will get to pay before choosing where to get their medical care. Patients deserve price tags will require hospitals to make their prices easy to find, easy to understand. This simple change will save patients money by doing what people already do in every other aspect of their lives: compare prices and choose the best options for themselves and their families. A simple explanation of what patients are being charged. This idea isn't radical, it's not controversial. No one in this committee has argued against this bill on its merits. Patients deserve price tags passed this committee under suspension of the rules last term, and the ranking member supported. The legislation then passed the House, full House, by a vote of 320 to 71. There's an identical version in the Senate that already has 11 Republicans and 13 Democrat co-sponsors. The White House supports it. HHS supports it. Secretary Kennedy supported it, which might actually be a problem for some of my colleagues. But, by the way, this also helps us stop fraud, waste, and abuse by increasing transparency and giving control back to the consumer. Just today, I learned that Patients Deserve Price Tags got a nonpartisan CBO score of 122 billion and up to, possibly, 270 billion over 10 years. This eclipses the savings covered under reconciliation, but instead in a bipartisan way, in a bipartisan vehicle, while increasing choice, while increasing affordability for Americans. This is why we need to do more. Hospitals have hidden their prices for far too long and made billions off of sick Americans, taking advantage of people who can't comparison shop because it's too difficult. Hospitals are operating as a confusopoly where prices are intentionally hard to find. As a result, patients can pay hundreds of thousands of dollars more for the exact same services and pay and get the same quality of care, if not worse, with the exact same billing codes depending on where they go. Our choice is simple, Mr. Chairman. Strengthen this bill,
to help patients save money, or protect a system that's intentionally confusing and hard to navigate. Protect patients or protect hospital profits. The American people want and expect Congress to do more to lower healthcare costs and increase affordability and cut fraud, waste, and abuse. Patients deserve price tags will do all three. It will lower healthcare costs by requiring hospitals to clearly label prices so patients can make informed decisions about where they spend their money and how they get treated. Which is why I'm excited to continue my work with you and your team, Mr. Chairman, to include key protections to strengthen the final bill. The chairman has given me his word as a fellow West Point graduate and as a good friend that we'll continue to strengthen this bill, and I'm excited to continue our work because this is popular, it is bipartisan, it's bicameral, and it's the right thing to do. I urge the rest of the committee to support, and I will be withdrawing my amendment and working to include the strength in the final underlying bill, Mr. Chairman.
All right, the gentleman withdraws his amendment? With
Withdraw my
unanimous-
amendment, and I see the rest of my time, sir.
Without objection, the amendment is withdrawn. Are there further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Seeing. The question before the committee is adopting the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Are there any further amendments? Seeing none, the question now occurs on adopting H.R. 9393 as amended. A roll call vote has been requested, and I really appreciate everybody's work. Means a lot today, so thank you very much, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Lauda. Mr. Lauda votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller Meeks. Mrs. Miller Meeks votes aye. Mrs. Kamick. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Benz. Mr. Benz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Rulli. Mr. Rulli votes aye. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Mr. Gett. Mr. Gett votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Bardagan. Ms. Bardagan votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan. Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie. Chairman Guthrie votes aye.
Anyone seeking Fedorchak? Ms. Fedorchak, I'm
Ms.
sorry.
Fedorchak is not recorded. Ms. Fedorchak votes aye.
Mr. Obernolte?
Mr. Obernolte votes aye.
On the Democrat side, anyone? Well, maybe another minute or two, second, just to see. This is a big vote. Anybody know somebody coming for this? All right. Anybody on your side, you think? You're good. All right. Seeing no one else. The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there are 45 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Thank you, everybody, for their hard work. The chair calls up H.R. 9390. So I'm going to say that again, 9390, and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 9390, a bill to amend Title 27.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. So ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? On the bill. What purpose, gentleman from New Jersey, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know this bill is well
You're
intended.
recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Thank you. I know this bill is well intended, but I want to speak in opposition. While I believe patients deserve transparency in the prices they pay for health care, I'm very concerned that the bill will cause more confusion for consumers and become a barrier to care. And I also have strong concerns about the practicality of this proposal. The bill requires all hospitals, ambulatory surgical centers, laboratories, and imaging providers to post cash prices for healthcare services in publicly accessible locations. And this includes hundreds and possibly thousands of procedure codes that providers would be required to post somewhere in their facilities, including on their walls. And I'm concerned that requiring hospitals to post cash prices would deter patients from seeking care, particularly patients who qualify for financial assistance or may be enrolled in health care coverage. According to a recent survey by the Kaiser Family Foundation, consumers already face significant barriers when trying to understand the out-of-pocket costs associated with their coverage. Requiring hospitals and providers to post cash prices, I think, is going to create more confusion for patients with health care coverage who may not fully understand their financial responsibilities or the implications of choosing to pay the cash price. Patients who choose to pay the cash price may also not realize that they are foregoing the Affordable Care Act's consumer protections, such as the maximum out-of-pocket limit. Additionally, I'm concerned about the practicality. Medical care is frankly complex, and patients may face a variety of costs associated during the course of treatment. The final out-of-pocket cost will depend on a variety of factors, including the patient's diagnosis and their health insurance coverage. Even for patients who decide to pay the cash price, they're going to need to determine which procedure codes apply to them, and then they'll have to determine which procedure and billing codes will be furnished as part of the service. The bill creates, I think, a false sense of transparency that will make it even more difficult for consumers who are already struggling to navigate and understand the cost of a healthcare procedure. Now, again, don't misunderstand. I know this is well intentioned, but I think that patients need transparency. And it's unacceptable that some consumers are not able to easily obtain price information in advance. But I believe a more useful approach would be the policies in H.R. 393, and that's the one that requires hospitals and insurance companies to display charges online in a consumer-friendly way, including for shoppable services. And I think that ensures that patients have a clear understanding of their out-of-pocket costs before receiving care. So I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 393, obviously, and vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Are there any further discussion on the Republican side? Seeing none, are there any amendments? Gentlelady from Iowa is recognized. Oh, what person, gentlelady from Iowa, seek recognition? Have an amendment at the desk?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk with the file name H9390-EC-FC-AIMS_01_XML.
Clerk will report.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 93.
Without objection, the read amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to speak in support of both the aims to H.R. 9390, the Prices on the Wall Act of 2026, and the underlying bill. For most purchases Americans make every day, the price comes first. Whether you're buying groceries, filling your gas tank, even if you're getting your car repaired, you know what something costs before you decide it. And it seems to me that the technology in a smartphone and the pricing is a lot more challenging than this. Healthcare should not be an exception. As a physician, I've seen firsthand how uncertainty over medical bills creates unnecessary stress for patients and their families. Too often, people receive care without having any meaningful idea of what it will cost until the bill arrives weeks or even months later. The Prices on the Wall Act addresses that problem with a simple, practical solution. Starting in 2028, hospitals, ambulatory surgery centers, laboratory, and imaging providers with post-pricing information for commonly shoppable services in locations where patients can easily see it before receiving care. Facilities would display discounted cash prices whenever available or other clear consumer-friendly pricing information. This legislation does not ask patients to search through complicated websites or decipher technical billing data. It puts useful pricing information where it belongs, in front of patients when they are making decisions about their care. Greater transparency benefits everyone. Patients are better equipped to compare options, providers have greater incentives to compete on value, and our healthcare system becomes much more accountable to the people it serves. This is a straightforward reform built on a principle Americans already expect through the rest of the economy. Consumers deserve to know the price before they make a purchase. I appreciate the committee's consideration of this legislation, and I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 9390, the Prices on the Wall Act, and I yield back.
He yields back. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there any further amendments? Seeing none, the question now occurs on adopting H.R. 9390 as amended. A roll call has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Allen. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller-Meeks. Mrs. Miller-Meeks votes aye. Mrs. Kamick. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Benz. Mr. Benz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mr. Fry. Ms. Lee. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Rulli. Mr. Rulli votes aye. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes aye. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes no. Ms. Teget. Ms. Teget votes no. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingell. Mr. Veazey. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Bardagan. Ms. Bardagan votes no. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes no. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Trahan. Ms. Trahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez? Mr. Auchincloss? Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Carter of Louisiana? Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez votes no. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Landsman? Mr. Landsman votes no. Ms. McClellan? Ms. McClellan votes no. Chairman Guthrie? Chairman Guthrie votes aye. Mr. Weber is not recorded. Mr. Weber votes aye.
Ms. Houchin? Yeah.
Mrs. Houchin is not recorded.
How's Mr. Palmer of
Houchin votes
Alabama
aye.
recorded?
Mr. Palmer is not recorded. Mr. Palmer votes aye.
Anyone on your side? How is Mr. Allen recorded?
Mr. Allen is not recorded. Mr. Allen votes aye.
The clerk will, seeing no other for being the roll call, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 24 ayes and 21 noes.
The ayes have it and the bill is adopted. The chair calls up H.R. 1266 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 1266, a bill to prohibit certain uses of xylazine and for other purposes, be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America and Congress assembled. Section 1, short title. This title may...
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. So ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Mr. Chair, I do have an amendment. I'm sorry, are we at that point? Amendment to H 1266 FCR Ains?
So no one to speak on the bill, so we'll speak on the Ains. So the gentleman, we can call up the Ains. You want to speak on the, so we're going to speak on the Ains as the bill. Is that okay? All right, it's fine. So gentlemen, the clerk will report. Everybody have the chance to speak.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1266, offered by Mr. Pfluger of Texas.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Moving this bill has been a top priority alongside Congressman Panetta since 2023. And after 3 years of work, I'm proud to see that this is moving in a bipartisan way. We all know that the drug crisis in this country is becoming more and more tragic, with traffickers turning to an important veterinarian tranquilizer to make drugs more addictive and more deadly. Xylazine has emerged as an increasingly popular substance to cut fentanyl with, to intensify drug effects and to lower the cost. But because xylazine is not currently scheduled under the Controlled Substances Act, dealers and traffickers can purchase it online for as little as $6 per kilogram. The effects of xylazine are devastating, including several skin wounds that often lead to amputation and severe withdrawal symptoms that leave users trapped in a vicious cycle of addiction. According to a recent CDC report, xylazine was involved in over 6,000 drug poisoning deaths in 2023, making it the fourth most common substance in drug poisoning fatalities in this country. DEA labs show xylazine present in over 25% of fentanyl powder exhibits and over 8% of all pill exhibits. And because xylazine is not an opioid, naloxone cannot reverse its effects when someone overdoses. Despite these alarming trends, federal, state, and local law enforcement do not have the necessary tools to effectively track xylazine or crack down on traffickers using it to increase their profits. 29 states have already considered restrictions on xylazine, and 16 have enacted their own, creating a growing patchwork of inconsistent laws that actually hurts the effects of the law enforcement as well as veterinarians.
Only Congress can fix this with a uniform national framework. Our bill permanently places illicit xylazine under Schedule 3 of the Controlled Substances Act, giving law enforcement the tools to track distribution and crack down on trafficking, while carefully preserving the critical role it plays in veterinarian medicine. Veterinarians, farmers, ranchers, and wildlife personnel all rely on xylazine, but for cattle specifically, there is simply no safe, practical alternative at all. This is not a bill we wrote in a vacuum. It reflects 3 years of direct work with DEA, DOJ, and HHS under 2 different administrations. And without the statutory changes in our bill, DEA cannot amend the ultimate user definition to protect veterinarians, farmers, and ranchers, and cannot bring xylazine into our cause reporting, their automated comprehensive drug reporting system that tracks every step of the supply chain from manufacturing to point of sale. Administrative scheduling alone cannot get the job done. Congressional action now is the only path forward. The fentanyl crisis has already inflicted significant damage on our treatment clinics, our public health agencies, and our entire medical system. The addition of yet another highly toxic substance to illicit drug supply has only escalated this crisis. That is why this bill has earned support from the DEA, the FDA, and both the previous and the current administrations. Nearly 80% of state attorneys general and all 50 state veterinarian medical associations and the American Farm Bureau. I want to thank Congressman Panetta and Bilirakis for their partnership in this effort. Scheduling xylazine while protecting its critical veterinarian uses is a responsible approach, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes. I yield back.
Anyone else speaking to the amendment? Recognize the gentlelady from Massachusetts, Ms. Trahan.
I'm sorry, I'm waiting for the amendment to be offered. I'll speak on that.
You're waiting for the additional amendment?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized to speak on the amendment, the nature of substitute.
Mr. Chairman, I speak today in strong support of the Combating Illicit Xylazine Act legislation that I am proud to have originally co-sponsored. As a pharmacist, I've spent my career focused on protecting patients, ensuring medications are used safely and appropriately. Unfortunately, criminals have taken a veterinary medicine that serves an important purpose and turned it into another deadly weapon in illicit drug supply. Communities across Georgia and across our nation are seeing the consequences firsthand. First responders, emergency physicians, and law enforcement officers are confronting overdoses that are more difficult to treat, while families continue to lose loved ones at an increasingly toxic and unpredictable drug supply. We cannot afford to stand by while traffickers exploit another loophole to make their poison even deadlier. The Combating Illicit Xylazine Act targets those who manufacture, import, and traffic illicit xylazine while preserving access for veterinarians, ranchers, livestock producers. We should never force our agriculture community to bear the burden of criminal misuse, and this legislation ensures that they won't have to. This bill also gives federal law enforcement another important tool to disrupt the criminal organizations responsible for flooding our communities with dangerous synthetic drugs. We know these organizations constantly adapt, looking for new substances to increase addiction, stretch their supply, and maximize profits. Congress must be just as determined to stay ahead of them. I am especially proud that this legislation reflects a bipartisan commitment to addressing the opioid crisis with practical, targeted solutions. This is not about creating unnecessary regulations. It's about recognizing a growing threat and responding before even more lives are lost. I know medications can save lives when used appropriately, but in the hands of drug traffickers, substances like xylazine become instruments of tragedy. As members of Congress, we have a responsibility to stop the criminal diversion of these drugs while protecting legitimate medical and veterinary use. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone else speaking to the Ains? Recognize the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Carter.
I move to strike the last word. Chairman, the gentleman. I'd like to speak in support of H.R. 1266, the Combating Illicit Xylazine Act, led by Representative Panetta and Pfluger. I'm proud to represent New Orleans, home of world-class institutions like Tulane University, LSU Health, and many others, where groundbreaking biomedical research is happening every day. Xylazine plays a critical role in that work, serving as one of the most used injectable sedatives in transitional medicine. Any disruption in the availability of this FDA-approved drug or its removal from the market would complicate ongoing research studies happening at leading research institutions in my district and across the United States. Limiting its use would also slow down scientific progress, and researchers look to alternatives and assess the impacts of changes in the studies that are currently ongoing. I believe in combating illicit Xylazine Act targets the illegal use of xylazine while maintaining access for veterinarians and researchers to use the drug for legitimate medical and research purposes that help drive innovation and improve health outcomes in the United States. If Congress does not step in, this puts animal welfare and humans at safety at risk. Lastly, the bill would also provide regulatory clarity and uniformity for manufacturers, distributors, and veterinarians who are navigating a complicated patchwork of state laws to regulate xylazine. I encourage my colleagues to join me in supporting this legislation. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone else speaking to the Ains? All right, seeing none, we can vote on it. There's an amendment. Do we do that before we vote on it? Okay. So we now have, we'll entertain amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute. And I recognize gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you,
Please
Mr.
identify
Chair.
your amendment first. Not my fault. I recognize you to speak on it. We haven't identified it yet. Can the clerk identify Ms. Kelly's amendment?
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1266, offered by Ms. Kelly of Illinois.
Gentlelady may state her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I filed this amendment in collaboration with Congresswoman Dingell, who has worked tirelessly to improve our public health response to substance use and the opioid epidemic. This amendment would move xylazine to a Schedule 5 drug under the Controlled Substances Act rather than Schedule 3 drug, where the current legislation has it placed. As many of you are aware, Schedule 3 drug possession carries felony charges and up to 10 years of prison time, whereas a Schedule 5 drug possession charge is a misdemeanor. This difference cannot be understated when it comes to helping people with substance use disorders. While I support the bipartisan effort of this committee and Congress to remove a dangerous substance off our streets while protecting its appropriate veterinary uses, higher penalties for those with addiction will only exacerbate our drug problems. We know that criminalization of drug use does not reduce drug use. It can even disrupt the evidence-based harm reduction strategies and behaviors that actually help our communities, especially people of color. This attempted increase in drug use criminalization is occurring all while the current administration is rolling back funding for harm reduction and substance use treatment across the country. Xylazine can be incredibly dangerous to the people that use drugs, especially when unknown to drug users. It is mixed in with fentanyl, which occurs in more than 99% of instances. However, fentanyl use already carries Schedule 2 penalties. A change in scheduling is common sense and based on scientific evidence. An unreleased HHS review recommended that xylazine be classified as a Schedule 5 drug, which was mentioned by my colleague, Congresswoman Dingell, in the subcommittee markup. Excluding this science-based recommendation could lead to more harm than good. This amendment is an appropriate change to keep our communities safe and helping those with drug addiction. Now more than ever, we must continue to follow evidence-based science to make everyone safe and healthy. Thank you, and I
Will
yield.
the gentlelady yield?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. I thank the gentlelady for offering this amendment. It really puts science before politics, and as she said, it relieves burdens on the criminal justice system. By amending the bill to put xylazine in Schedule 5 instead of Schedule 3, it gives the DEA the authority to track and prosecute illegal drugs while not over-criminalizing low-level drug offenders. As my friend mentioned, HHS and DEA recommended Schedule 5 in their scientific analysis, which Congress has yet to receive and which we asked for in the subcommittee hearing. And the reason why they do this analysis
as a prerequisite to scheduling a substance is because the cost of overscheduling takes the form of an overburdened judicial system, and it takes real tolls on the communities across the country. I support scheduling xylazine, and I also support a statutory fix to ensure veterinarians can maintain access to this essential tranquilizer for legitimate purposes. But I also, I served in the state legislature for some time in Colorado before I came here, and I saw what happened when people overschedule or over-penalize offenses, and that is, it just adds to the burdens of our system while not addressing the real risks. And so I think what we need to do is to get the actual study that was done and to base our legislation on science and facts. And so that's why I support the gentlelady's amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does the gentlelady yield back to? Yes, I do. So the gentlelady yielded back to the gentlelady who yielded back to the chair. Yep, got it. And now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger.
Yep. Well, I appreciate my colleague, Congresswoman Kelly, for, I think we all believe that this is something needs to be done. I just kind of want to, get back to the root of this, and obviously I have strong opposition to this amendment because I do think it would weaken the bill by lowering the schedule from 3 to 5. Placing it in Schedule 3 has been a product of extensive bipartisan work for many years. As I said, 3 years, and this policy is supported by both HHS and DEA, and it has received support from both the Biden and the Trump administrations, those entities in both administrations. In fact, the Biden administration repeatedly called for xylazine to be placed at Schedule 3, not Schedule 5. And several years ago, HHS also considered Schedule 5 as part of its 8-point scheduling process. The previous administration moved past that early thought and then ultimately endorsed our bill's Schedule 3 approach. The Biden administration's own detect and defeat proposal included the same Schedule 3 language found in this bill, further confirming that Schedule 3, not Schedule 5, was considered their final position. So I think, when we're looking at this amendment, this unfounded, I think, hesitation about placing it at Schedule 3 really could jeopardize what we're trying to do here, which is solve a problem that is pretty complex. And I want to enter a letter into the record, Mr. Chairman, from the HHS Assistant Secretary for Legislation. It's the position of HHS that they believe legislatively scheduling xylazine into Schedule 3 is appropriate to institute clear, meaningful controls given the dangers posed by xylazine as an adulterant in the illicit market, end quote.
And the date of the letter is?
I don't have the date of the letter, but I'll get the date to you.
All right. Without objection? Is there an objection? You want to know the date?
Reserving the right to object.
We'll hold it until both sides have had a chance to look at it and see the
But
letter.
the chairman wants the date, so.
I generally like the date.
Okay.
You're right. Sorry.
Thank you. Back to the point, moving xylazine to Schedule 5 would do nothing but weaken the tools that prosecutors and law enforcement need to go after traffickers. And that only helps the people profiting off this crisis. Yet some similar drugs are listed at Schedule 5, but scheduling isn't just about which category a drug falls into. It's also about how dangerous a drug is. And xylazine's abuse and dependency risk is exactly why it belongs in Schedule 3. Given that xylazine is now found in 49 of 50 states and in nearly 1/3 of all fentanyl powder seized by DEA, my bill as drafted will help lead to safer communities across the U.S. And I think that this amendment would only undermine that bipartisan work that we've done to ensure that DEA has the ability to combat the increasing threat of xylazine. And therefore, I urge all of my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, but to vote in the affirmative on the Schedule 3. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Others wishing to address the amendment, the Kelly Amendment. Anyone else wanting to address the Kelly Amendment? Recognize Ms. Trahan of Massachusetts for her time to talk on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad that this committee is coming together in a bipartisan way in support of the Combating Illicit Xylazine Act. It's an act that I co-sponsor, and I'm proud to do it. Xylazine is a genuine and growing danger in the illicit drug supply. It heightens the sedation and respiratory depression caused by opioids. It makes emergency overdose reversal drugs like naloxone less effective. and it causes severe necrotic wounds that too often end in amputation. Xylazine has already reshaped the drug supply back home in Massachusetts. State data shows xylazine turned up in roughly 1 in 5 tested street drug samples last year, and the Merrimack Valley, which I hail from, has felt it. Our local law enforcement has been blowing the whistle on xylazine for years, a warning I raised in this committee 3 years ago. This drug is actively making the overdose crisis harder to survive and harder to treat. A threat like that, it just demands a scheduling decision matching its severity, and that's why I support the bill as written and why I'll be voting against the amendment, because I just want us to consider the alternative. Schedule 5 covers products like Robitussin, medicines with limited abuse potential and minimal public health risk. Xylazine, by every measure we've just discussed, is not that. Placing it in the same tier as cough syrup would understate the danger it poses on our streets today. And it is true that President Biden's HHS initially recommended Schedule 5, but that recommendation was one step in an evolving iterative process. It wasn't the final word. The Office of National Drug Control Policy under the same administration called for Schedule 3. And when HHS and DOJ took up the question again under this administration, they too arrived at Schedule 3. So given the dangers xylazine presents to our communities, I think the bill before us gets it right, and that's why I'll be voting to support the bill and to preserve the Schedule 3 classification.
Will the gentlewoman yield?
Happily, yep.
I want to associate my remarks with your remarks and your reasoning on why I also will be voting no on the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back, and now recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
Mr. Chairman, I want to call on my experience as a pharmacist for over 40 years in the state of Georgia. Schedule 5 drug can be signed for in the state of Georgia. This would be a terrible idea to classify this as Schedule 5, and I hope everyone realizes that, and I hope that we will vote this amendment down, because this is not what we're trying to do here in addressing the serious problem that is afflicting our communities and it needs to be addressed. So I encourage everyone to vote against this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now have the letter dated March 24, 2026, addressed to the Honorable Brett Guthrie from the Department of HHS and signed by Gary Andres. Any objection to that being entered into the record? Gentlelady withdraws her reservation, and it is admitted into the record without objection. Anyone else wishing to speak to the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? The noes have it. The amendment is defeated. Now we have to vote on the amendment in the nature of a substitute, assuming there are no other amendments. Seeing none. All right, we'll now vote on the amendment in the nature of a substitute and we vote on the amendment in the nature of a substitute, the language. So all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The amendment in the nature of substitute is adopted. Now we vote on the underlying bill as amended. Excuse me, and a roll call has been requested. The clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Aye. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Griffith.
Aye.
Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller-Meeks. Ms. Miller-Meeks votes aye. Mrs. Kamick. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Benz. Mr. Benz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin, Mr. Fry, Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes aye. Mr. Rulli. Mr. Rulli votes aye. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes aye. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Mr. Gatt. Mr. Gatt votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Bardagan. Ms. Bardagan votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan. Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana.
Aye.
Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez.
Aye.
Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Aye. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie. Chairman Guthrie votes aye.
Is there anyone seeking recognition for the purpose? The gentleman from Tech, Mr. Crenshaw.
Mr. Crenshaw votes aye.
Crenshaw. Mr. Weber? Where is it?
Mr. Weber votes aye.
He's sitting right there. Ms. Houchin?
Mrs. Houchin votes aye.
Anyone else? Seeing none, the clerk will report. It's 1266. And Mr. Obernolte.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye.
Kane, did Mr. Kane record it? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 48 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. The chair calls up H.R. 2004 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 2004, a bill to direct the Secretary of Health and Human Services to issue guidance on whether hospital emergency departments should implement fentanyl testing as a routine procedure for patients experiencing an overdose and for other purposes. Be it enacted by the
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Speak on the bill, Mr. Chairman.
You are recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Currently, many drug screenings that are available in emergency rooms only test for certain drug classes and often do not include synthetic drugs like synthetic opioids like fentanyl. Unfortunately, this turned fatal for 19-year-old Tyler Shamash. The night before Tyler passed from consuming fentanyl, he was sent to a hospital with suspected overdose. The hospital staff conducted the routine drug screening, and it came back negative. After he passed away, Tyler's family found that the screening did not detect fentanyl because it's not a synthetic opioid. Since because it's a synthetic opioid. Had the drug screening detected fentanyl, he may have been able to receive a higher level of care. Tyler's law would require the Department of Health and Human Services to conduct a study and issue guidance to hospital emergency rooms on fentanyl testing to ensure that this will never happen again. I'm very proud that this committee is taking up this legislation,
And I want to thank Tyler's mother, Julie, for all of her work and her advocacy on behalf of her son and also for supporting this legislation. And I want to thank Julie for joining us today in committee. Mr. Chairman, this is a very important piece of legislation, and I would ask for the committee to pass the legislation.
Will the gentleman yield?
And I yield to the chairman.
Thank you for yielding. I appreciate it. And I know, Mr. Moss, you flew out here believing this was going to happen like I think July the 1st or 2nd, all the way from California and back again. And I know we have several parents here that, would you mind all standing and just be recognized with your loved one, your parents or siblings? So thank you so much thank you for your, we're so sorry for your loss, but your advocacy is a way to prevent other parents and family members from going through this and is a testimony to your loved one. We appreciate you all being here. Thank you. And I'll yield back to Jim from Ohio.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Does anyone seek recognition on the bill? Mr. Carter from Louisiana is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized to speak on the bill.
I'd like to speak in support of H.R. 2004, Tyler's Law, led by Representative Liu and Latta. In New Orleans, we've seen a significant decline in drug overdoses and overdose-related deaths over the past year. While this progress is encouraging, the fight against opioid epidemic is far from over. We must continue to invest and expand access to harm reduction services, evidence-based treatment, and community-based outreach to ensure that individuals can access the support, treatment, and resources that are urgently needed. That's why I'm proud to support Tyler's Law, which would take an actionable steps toward preventing fentanyl overdoses across the United States, including cities like mine, the city of New Orleans, and close existing gaps in drug screening and testing. Currently, emergency departments do not include fentanyl in the 5-panel toxic drug screening, and because the drug does not show up on rapid drug testing, it can go largely undetected. Tyler's Law would close this gap by requiring HHS to complete a study and examine how often hospitals test patients experiencing an overdose for fentanyl. Using the data from the study, HHS would also required to issue guidance on making fentanyl testing routine procedure in hospital emergency rooms. This legislation will in fact save lives and fill the existing gaps in the current system. We offer our most heartfelt condolences, sympathies for your loss, but know that we hear you, we're working, and we're sympathetic to make sure nobody else has to die. So God bless you, and I urge my colleagues to join me in voting yes. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Is there further discussion on the bill? I heard Mr. Chairman from somebody. Oh, you said it. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, are there any amendments on the bill? Seeing none. The question that you've been here for 2 times across the country, so now here we are. The question now occurs on adopting H.R. 2004. A roll call has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller-Meeks. Mrs. Kamick. Mrs. Kamick votes aye. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. James? Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Benz? Mr. Benz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry? Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane? Mr. Kane votes aye. Mr. Rulli? Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman? Mr. Goldman votes aye. Ms. Fedorchak? Mr. Pallone? Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette? Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky? Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui? Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor? Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz? Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell? Mr. Veazey? Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly? Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Bardagan? Ms. Bardagan votes aye. Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan? Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher? Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez? Mr. Auchincloss? Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana?
Aye.
Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez?
Aye.
Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen? Aye. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman? Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan? Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie? Chairman Guthrie votes aye.
Is there anyone see, Dr. Miller Meeks?
Mrs. Miller Meeks votes aye.
Dr. Joyce?
Mr. Joyce votes aye.
Dr. Fletcher? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, they're talking. I'm sorry, Mr. Fedorchak?
Ms. Fedorchak is not recorded.
Talking to VC.
Ms. Fedorchak votes aye.
Mr. Bilirakis?
Mr. Bilirakis is not recorded.
Record.
Mr. Bilirakis votes aye.
Is there anyone else seeking to answer the roll call? Seeing none, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 46 ayes and 0 noes.
With 46 ayes and 0 noes, the ayes have it and the bill is adopted. Thank you. Thanks for being here. We're down to just a few tabs, so we're getting close, so thank you, everyone. The chair calls up H.R. 7970 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 7970, a bill to amend the Controlled Substances Act to permit...
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill?
Mr. Chairman,
For what purpose, gentlemen from Ohio seek recognition?
speak on the bill.
You are recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the
Well,
bill.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. The United States is plagued by fatal overdoses all across our country, driven by the spread of increasingly potent synthetic drugs. And one of the things, when we talk about fatal overdoses, I think it's important to point out that we had a sheriff that testified before us in committee that said, you know, these aren't just overdoses, these are outright poisonings that are occurring out there across our country. Nitazines are a class of illicit synthetic opioids have emerged as a growing threat nationwide. Depending on their chemical composition, some nitazines can be up to 800 times more potent than morphine and 40 times more potent than fentanyl, making them among the most dangerous substances circulating in the illicit drug market today.
Like fentanyl, nitazines are often mixed with other drugs without the user's knowledge, significantly increasing the risk of accidental overdose. Since 2019, nitazine-related overdoses, or as the sheriff said, poisonings, have contributed to an estimated 2,000 deaths in the United States, and that number is unfortunately expected to rise as these substances become more widespread. Despite their extreme potency, many nitazines remain temporarily scheduled, creating enforcement problems for law enforcement and public health officials. Last year, my colleague and I from Virginia's 9th District, and we had the HALT Fentanyl Act, which was signed into law after years of work. This permanently scheduled fentanyl-related substances as a Schedule I drug. According to the CDC, during the time frame it took from this introduction of the legislation to it was signed into law, nearly 195,000 Americans died from synthetic opioid overdoses or poisonings driven by illicit fentanyl, with 2025 data still out. We cannot sit by and wait for similar numbers to occur with nitazines. That's why I'm grateful for the committee taking up this legislation and giving the federal government the tools to stop the poisoning and permanently schedule nitazine as a Schedule I drug. And I'd ask the committee to pass this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Is anyone seeking to speak on the bill? The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the bill.
Mr. Chairman, let me basically say that I think every member of this committee already agrees that nitazines are dangerous. They're potent, and Americans using it illicitly are suffering and dying. What I'm concerned about is how this bill approaches the problem. Agencies should be engaging in the process Congress laid out in the Controlled Substances Act, which requires scientific and regulatory entities to collaborate on a science-based approach to drug scheduling. But instead, this bill would permanently place an entire chemical class, those that exist today and those not yet invented, into Schedule I, and it would do so immediately. And I have 3 problems with this approach. First of all, this is structure-based scheduling, not science-based scheduling. For more than 50 years, the CSA has asked a basic question before a drug enters Schedule I, and that is, does it actually have a high potential for abuse and no accepted medical use? And that answer has rested on a scientific and medical evaluation led by HHS and the FDA. But H.R. 7970 sets that evaluation aside for an entire class. Public health experts have warned for years that this rests on an unproven assumption that structurally similar molecules behave similarly. They do not always. Scheduling by structure alone risks sweeping in a potential antidote alongside the poison. Now, second, this bill does not have an off-ramp, and Schedule I is where research is stopped. Once the substance is scheduled, there's no built-in mechanism to remove it if research later shows it is harmless or even useful. And Schedule I is precisely the category that makes that research hardest to perform. In reviewing the fentanyl class-wide scheduling order, the Government Accountability Office documented that scientists faced real obstacles studying Schedule I drugs, including long delays in obtaining approval. And this warning is particularly significant for nitazine. CDC has found that naloxone can reverse a nitazine overdose, but often only after repeated doses. So we need to design better reversal protocols, and this means studying these compounds, work this bill makes harder, not easier. And third, this approach is not new. DEA already has the authority to schedule nitazine compounds and has been doing so on a temporary basis since 2020. Each time we scheduled one compound, the illicit market answered with another, more potent one. So nitazines themselves are partly a product of that dynamic and the next move in a game of chemical whack-a-mole. A broad, nonpartisan coalition has engaged with Congress on this repeatedly, the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights and its 240 member organizations, the Drug Policy Alliance, the Vera Institute of Justice, the Sentencing Project, AIDS United, and law enforcement voices like the Law Enforcement Action Partnership. Their message is consistent. Permanent class-wide scheduling repeats the failures of the drug war while diverting resources from what drove overdose deaths down last year, naloxone, fentanyl test strips, and medications for opioid use disorder. So I believe we should schedule what the science directs us to schedule. build in a research pathway and an off-ramp for substances later shown to be harmless, and pair any enforcement with the health investments championed by this committee. So if we're serious about stopping nitazines, let's give scientists the tools to understand them and not just give prosecutors the tools to charge them. I urge my colleagues to oppose H.R. 7970 as written for all these reasons, and I reserve the balance of my time. That's just, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman reserves the balance of his time or yields it?
I'm sorry, let me yield it because I don't think anybody wants it.
Okay, thank you. Anyone seeking recognition to speak on the bill? Seeing none, there's an amendment, right? Does gentlemen, what purpose, are there any amendments to the bill? Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, file name H7970-FCR-Ains_01.
The clerk will report.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7970.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to use the 5 minutes. It's pretty much what this amendment does. It incorporates the feedback from the Drug Enforcement Agency to help ensure that this bill will be implemented as intended. And I'm proud of the work that's been done on the bill, and I encourage my colleagues to support the aims and the underlying legislation. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back his time. Is there any discussion on the amendment? You have an amendment, right? So there's no further discussion on the amendment. Are there any amendments to the amendment? Gentlelady from Washington is recognized. Well, what purpose is gentlelady from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk. It's Amendment 2.
Identify the amendment. I'm sorry.
H7970, Amendment 2.
Clerk will report.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7970.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm really glad to see the committee advance this important bill to permanently control nitazines as a Schedule I drug. As a physician, I'm extremely concerned about how dangerous nitazines are. These drugs are nearly 500 times more potent than morphine, and they are incredibly deadly and risky. And the opioid epidemic, particularly with fentanyl, has already devastated far too many families in my state of Washington and across the country, and we just can't let another dangerous synthetic drug take any more lives. But at the same time, we have to be really smart about how we tackle this crisis. Right now, burdensome restrictions on Schedule I drugs have made it incredibly difficult for scientists to study them. This hurts our ability to learn more about the risks and potential medical benefits of these substances. Maybe there are some. It even impairs our ability to learn about how to treat overdoses, and we need to know that. So, for example, we wouldn't have naloxone, the medication that's used to reverse an opioid overdose, if research hadn't been done on oxymorphone, which is derived from morphine, a Schedule II drug. That's why it's important that we lower the barriers to conducting valuable research on Schedule I drugs. I supported these research reforms for Schedule I drugs in the Halt Fentanyl Act, which was signed into law last year. However, the Trump administration has been dragging their feet. They were supposed to issue guidelines to implement this bill and to ease a path to doing this research nearly 6 months ago, and we have not seen a final rule. And this research is really important. We shouldn't keep passing new laws while federal agencies ignore the ones we already have on the books. So I'm introducing this amendment to ensure guidance on Halt Fentanyl implementation has been issued before any part of Stop Nitazines can take effect. I would encourage everyone to vote yes, and yield back. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there any discussion of the amendment? Gentleman from Texas is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly oppose this amendment to H.R. 7970, the Stop Nitazine Act. While I am in opposition to this amendment, I want to take a moment to thank my colleague for highlighting the good work we've accomplished in the Halt Fentanyl Act, which included streamlining the processes for researching Schedule I controlled substances. The rulemaking provision in question was in regards to implementation and enactment of the Halt Fentanyl research reforms. The committee has been in communication with DEA, and I can confirm that DEA is actively working on implementing this law, as well as implementing the policy regulations.
DEA has already registered over 100 researchers since Halt fentanyl went into effect, and they are doing so even faster than the 30-day deadline for researchers with existing registrations and the 45-day deadline for new researchers as required by Halt. The DEA's average time to register researchers is 19 days. The Stop Nitazene Act will not harm the ability to conduct research on nitazines. The Stop Nitazene Act makes our community safer and prevent undue harm to the American people, and that is not something we should delay. I strongly urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. I thank the chair and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, if there's no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. Is there any further amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, if there's no further discussion, the vote occurs on adopting the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there any further amendments? Seeing none, the question now occurs on adopting H.R. 7970 as amended. A roll call has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller-Meeks. Mrs. Kamick. Mrs. Kamick votes aye. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Benz. Mr. Benz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes aye. Mr. Willie. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes aye. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes no. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes no. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingell. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes no. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Bardagan. Ms. Bardagan votes no. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes no. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Strahan. Ms. Strahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes no. Ms. McClellan? Ms. McClellan votes no. Chairman Guthrie?
Aye.
Chairman Guthrie votes aye.
Mr. Pfluger?
Mr. Pfluger votes aye.
Mr. Allen?
Mr. Allen votes aye.
Mr. Ruley?
Mr. Ruley votes aye.
Anyone on your side? Clerk report. Miller Meeks is, you haven't called the roll yet. Dr. Miller Meeks?
Mrs. Miller Meeks votes aye.
Below the.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 28 ayes and 21 noes.
The ayes have it. The bill is adopted. So the chair calls up H.R. 1561 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 1561, a bill to require research.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be up for amendment at any point. So ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized to speak on the bill.
Thank you. The Alert Communities Act will improve first responders' capacity for responding to overdoses by allowing training grants to be used to facilitate access to fentanyl and xylazine test strips. In the past decade, there's been a rapid increase in the proliferation of fentanyl and xylazine within the illicit drug supply. They're being added to many drugs to make them more powerful and addictive, and both fentanyl and xylazine are associated with an increase in overdose risk, and too often people who are exposed to it are unaware that it has been added to their drugs. However, there are steps that can be taken to determine whether drugs contain fentanyl and xylazine, including using test strips. And this drug checking technology is inexpensive and easy to use, and it can reduce the potential risks associated with substance use. With an ever-changing drug landscape and increasingly contaminated drug supply, it's important that we continue to support harm reduction strategies like test strips. And I'm glad that this bill expands access to test strips by training first responders on their use and allowing them to distribute test strips as appropriate. I'm grateful to my colleague, Representative Crockett, and others for their work on this bill, and I strongly urge my colleagues to join me in supporting the bill. I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Are there any amendments to the bill? Seeing none. Before we call this roll, we've got two more roll calls after this, it appears, unless there's amendments, but two more. So we're getting close. So anyway, the question now occurs on adopting H.R. 1561. A roll call has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta? Aye. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Hudson? Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Carter of Georgia? Mr. Palmer? Mr. Dunn? Mr. Crenshaw? Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber? Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen? Aye. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson? Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger? Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger? Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller Meeks? Mrs. Kamick? Mrs. Kamick votes aye. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. James? Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Benz? Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry? Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane? Mr. Ruley? Mr. Rulli votes aye. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman? Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mrs. Fedorchak? Mrs. Fedorchak votes aye. Mr. Pallone? Mr. Gett? Mr. Gett votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky? Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui? Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor? Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz? Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell? Mr. Veazey? Mr. Veazey? Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly? Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Bardagan? Ms. Bardagan votes aye. Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan? Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher? Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez? Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss? Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana? Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman? Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan? Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie? Chairman Guthrie votes aye.
Mr. Palmer?
Mr. Palmer is not recorded. Mr. Palmer votes aye.
Mr. Griffith?
Mr. Griffith votes aye.
Anyone? Mr. Pallone?
Mr. Pallone votes aye.
Is anyone seeking to answer the roll? Seeing none, the clerk will report. No amendment, well, there are amendments, but not vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that,
Gentlemen, how's Mr. Crenshaw recorded?
Mr. Crenshaw is not recorded. Mr.
And Mr.
Crenshaw votes
Carter?
aye.
And Mr. Carter?
Mr. Carter of Georgia is not recorded. Mr. Carter votes aye.
Yep, gentlelady from New York, is she here? Did you get your vote recorded? Okay, so Ms. Gentlelady is recorded. All right, so clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 48 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is agreed to. So 2 more votes, should be 2 more votes for everyone, so thank you. So the chair calls up H.R. 7994 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 7994, a bill to establish a
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill will be open for amendment at any point. So ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? What purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute at the desk under the file name
Does anyone
HR.
want to speak on the bill? If we can speak to the amendment as well. So if no one will speak on the bill. So the gentleman's amendment, if you report.
amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7994.
Without objection, the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. HR 7994, the Helping Educators Respond to Overdoses Act, or the HERO Act, is practical legislation that will save kids' lives. This bipartisan bill that I lead with my colleague, Representative Bilirakis, also known in Greece as Zeus himself, as how popular he is, establishes a grant program for schools to purchase opioid overdose reversal drugs, making these life-saving medications accessible in schools in case, God forbid, a student needs them. It also establishes grants to provide critical training for staff and implement educational resources for students and communities to help combat the opioid epidemic. The bill also includes transparency measures that require schools to report when these opioid reversal medications are administered. This amendment, in the nature of a substitute, streamlines this reporting requirement to be less burdensome for schools while maintaining the bill's original intent. The opioid epidemic is a public health crisis, and we need to take action. According to UCLA Health, an average of 22 adolescents
ages 14 to 18 died every week in the U.S. in 2022 from drug overdoses, the equivalent of a full high school classroom each week, bringing the death rate to 5.2 per 100,000. As an emergency physician, I have cared for many patients overdosing on opioids. I have also had to comfort family members of patients who unfortunately were not able to receive life-saving Narcan in time and died. And let me tell you, it is such a tragedy and so heartbreaking to know that a patient could have survived if they had life-saving Narcan available. Every story that ends in an overdose is tragic, but it cuts that much deeper when it could have been prevented had Narcan been administered. So we need to take action now to mitigate overdoses through training, through education, and through awareness. And we need to ensure widespread access to opioid overdose reversal medications like naloxone or Narcan. These medications exist, but they only work if they are accessible. This bill is a pragmatic, actionable step we can take to tackle the opioid crisis head-on, and our kids' lives depend on that. So I urge my colleagues to support and move this bill in a bipartisan manner. Thank you, and I yield.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Is there discussion on the amendment nature substitute? Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and you know what? I've been called a heck of a lot worse, so I'll accept it graciously. Thank you very much. So, in any case, let's get on to this very serious bill. I support the bill, obviously, and I want to speak in support of the amendment of the underlying bill sponsored by my good friend, Dr. Ruiz. Again, it's just an honor to do this because I know what it means to these families. We've got to get this across the finish line as soon as possible. Communities across the country continue to feel the devastating impact of the opioid epidemic, and schools should be equipped to respond when an overdose emergency occurs. This legislation provides targeted support to help schools obtain opioid overdose reversal drugs, develop emergency response plans, and provide education on overdose response and prevention. These are practical steps that will help schools protect students and save lives. And this is why we're here and why we run for office, to make a real difference, a direct impact on people's lives. So we're here to save lives. I appreciate the co-sponsor, Dr. Ruiz, in working with me on these very, very important bills. I want to thank him for his partnership and leadership on this important piece of legislation, and I urge my colleagues to support the amendment and the underlying bill. And I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion of the amendment? Seeing none, the question occurs on adoption of the amendment. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Are there any further amendments? Seeing none, the question, we do have one more bill after this. So the question now occurs on adopting H.R. 7994 as amended. A roll call has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller-Meeks. Mrs. Kamick. Mrs. Kamick votes aye. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Benz. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Rulli. Mr. Rulli votes aye. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes aye. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Bardagon. Ms. Bardagon votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan. Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie. Chairman Guthrie votes aye.
Does anyone seek recognition for answering the roll call on the Republican side? Seeing none, Democrat side? Seeing none, the clerk will report. We'll go fast. Oh, Mr. Crenshaw,
Mr. Crenshaw votes aye.
clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 48 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. So as we go, this is our last bill, so I'll go quick. Thank you very much for the hard work. Know that for all the time we spent on these bills today, hours were spent on each bill with our staffs and our members working together. So appreciate that very much. That way we'll have a lot of work, that we can get things across the floor and when we return. So the chair calls up HR 8005 and asks the clerk to report.
Committee print of HR 00.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. So ordered. Does anybody seek to be recognized on the bill? Gentleman from Colorado. What purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike last word.
Will speak on the bill, and you're recognized to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And today I'm proud to speak in strong support of my bill to help combat the scourge of fentanyl deaths driven by the proliferation of counterfeit prescription drugs. The bill is the Stop Pills That Kill Act. This common sense legislation will help save American lives by cracking down on criminals who traffic poison disguised as prescription drugs and by developing a comprehensive plan to address this epidemic head-on. With the Trump administration closing and securing the southern border, the United States has thankfully seen a steep decline in monthly synthetic opioid overdose deaths from about 50,000 a month at the end of 2024 to 38,000 now. Unfortunately, Colorado has seen the exact opposite trend, with an average overdose death rate of about 800 per month at the end of 2024, increasing to 1,000 now. Because Colorado's trend did not match the national decline, Colorado has unfortunately seen more than 1,600 tragic overdose deaths that would not have existed if Colorado had simply followed the national decline. As a police officer who worked in the Denver metro area for over 10 years, I know this isn't a coincidence. When I was working to keep communities in Colorado safe from things like fentanyl poisoning our communities via counterfeit pills, ruling Democrats chose time and again to push soft on crime policies that released hardened criminals back into our community and lessened criminal sentencings for drugs while refusing to take on fentanyl. And that's why I'm so glad that this bill, the Stop Pills That Kill Act, is being included in today's markup. The legislation is simple. Its primary provision implements new penalties and closes a sentencing loophole for counterfeit pill production so we can get the peddlers of this poison off of our streets and put them in jail. It also directs the Drug Enforcement Administration to develop a comprehensive plan that enables and empowers law enforcement, regardless of agency, to investigate and seize counterfeit fentanyl or methamphetamine substances. This bill builds upon my previous efforts in this space, namely the No Fentanyl on Social Media Act, which was included in the Bipartisan Kids Act, which passed the House last month. The proliferation of fentanyl-laced counterfeit pills over social media sites means that we've seen horrifying rates of fentanyl poisoning among our kids. In fact, Colorado had the second highest youth overdose death rate in the nation just 2 years ago, with 75% of those overdoses associated with fentanyl. This fight is personal to me. I'll remind everyone, every 15 days under the previous administration, we lost the same number of Americans to drug overdose deaths as we lost in the entirety of these September 11th terrorist attacks. As a combat veteran of the global war on terror, that statistic speaks volumes, and that's why I'm grateful to see my legislative proposal move forward in this committee. In a minute, I'll offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute that rolls up two other bills to help address the counterfeit pill epidemic. These would be led by my colleagues, Rep. McDowell and Hageman. And I'm grateful for their leadership, and I'm grateful that this committee continues to prioritize this critically important issue to quite literally save lives. I want to express my appreciation to the chair and to the ranking member for their leadership and commitment to tackling this issue, and to the committee staff for their tireless work in helping craft and advance this legislation to keep people alive. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. So will the gentleman have an amendment at the desk?
Yes, Chairman.
Will the clerk report?
Amendment in the nature of substitute to H.R. 8005.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment to H.R. 8005, the Stop Pills That Kill Act, would incorporate technical assistance and rolls in two additional bills to combat counterfeit pills. The amendment in the nature of a substitute packages together the Stop Pills That Kill Act with the Press Act, led by Representative McDowell, and the Fight Illicit Pill Presses Act, led by Representative Hageman. Both of these bills include important provisions that will help fight the scourge of illicit counterfeit pills by making it unlawful to import pill press equipment with the intent to illicitly produce a controlled substance, and by implementing serial number requirements for pill presses and related equipments. Again, as a police officer for over a decade, I've handled illicit pills, and I know how sophisticated they are. I know how sophisticated the technology to create these illicit pills is. And so imposing accountability at the illegal manufacturer and illegal supplier level is a critical part of the fight to protect our communities from counterfeit pills. Fighting this persistent epidemic of fentanyl overdoses in America is still a top priority for me. This amendment strengthens my bill by going after the manufacturers and the suppliers and the equipment that they use to create these illicit pills. I applaud Reps. McDowell and Hageman for their work in advancing public safety. I urge support for this amendment and yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion? Seeing none. So the question before, if there's no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. Those all opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there any further amendments? Seeing none, I know once we call the roll, we're going to lose you, so I just want to say thank you all so much for your work today. So if there are no further amendments or discussion, the question now occurs on adopting H.R. 8005 as amended. A roll call has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta? Aye. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Hudson? Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Carter of Georgia? Mr. Carter of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Palmer? Mr. Dunn? Mr. Crenshaw? Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn? Mr. Crenshaw? Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber? Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson? Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger? Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger? Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller-Meeks? Mrs. Kamick? Mrs. Kamick votes aye. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. James? Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Benz? Mr. Benz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry? Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane? Mr. Rulli? Mr. Rulli votes aye. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman? Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mrs. Fedorchak? Mrs. Fedorchak votes aye. Mr. Pallone? Mr. Pallone votes aye. Mr. Gatt? Mr. Gatt votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky? Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui? Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor? Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Ruiz? Mr. Ruiz? Mr. Ruiz is off no and on aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell? Mr. Veazey? Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly? Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Bardagan? Ms. Bardagan votes aye. Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan? Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher? Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez? Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes no. Mr. Auchincloss? Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana? Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman? Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan? Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie? Chairman Guthrie votes aye.
The gentlelady from Illinois, gentlelady from Illinois. Go from an aye to a no? You want to go to a no? Gentlelady, did you hear the gentlelady from Illinois? Please, so we can be heard. Correct me, you want to switch from an aye to a no, correct? She wants to switch from an aye to a no.
Ms.
Yes.
Ms. Schakowsky is off aye
Yes, no to
and
no.
on no.
Mr. Crenshaw.
Mr. Crenshaw votes aye.
Anybody else want to? Seeing none, the clerk will report. Aye for an aye. Julie, freshmen have to wait till.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 43 ayes and 6 noes.
The ayes have it. The bill is adopted. Without objection, staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes to the legislation approved by the committee today. So ordered. Without objection, seeing no objection, the committee stands adjourned.